Welcome in, everyone. We're back with Sultan's game. It's been a while. I love this game, as you guys know. Sultan, Double Across Studios did a really good job with it. And, I just can't get enough of it. But it's been a hot second since I played. New stuff has come out since the last time I played, so we are going to, see what we can do for a run. And hopefully not suck as much. But we've got to sort out Fate's Ledger first. And yeah, it's gonna be a great day. Gonna be a great day. It's gonna be a great day. So let's get into it. Alright, I technically have 8 Fate to spend here. Not a lot you can spend for 8 Fate. But we will get into it. Let me just do one quick thing that I didn't quite get done before stream. It's not going to take me that long, but... there we go. And while I am here, I'll do one more thing, and all will be well in the world. Now, for those of you who have not played Sultan's game before, or have not seen my original playthroughs of Sultan's game, this is an interesting game, so we're just gonna dive into the deep end, and I'll explain as we go. Okay, so we don't have the ability to do Glimpse of God. Diamond is unbreakable. Gratitude the Seamstress. Blood is thicker than water. No, don't have the things for that. The Chosen One we do have. We have Lady Becky. What always makes me the most amused is that Lady Becky is a boy cat. So, love that. Old habits die hard. No. So, strength training, yeah. All of the Urzu upgrades, good. Very good. However, I wanted to make sure that Gold Maggie was activated and not Silver Maggie, because only one of these can actually exist at once. It's not, I mean, yes, you pay for Silver Maggie and then you pay for Gold Maggie, but payment and activation are two different things. So I wanted to make sure that she was gold level. Our wife is way better than us. Absolutely. We have all of our extra fortune. We don't have quite enough for these accessories. The Charming Amulet is really good, though. Improved Admirer. Let's see here. We have Barja at silver if we take him. We have Aziz at copper, and these guys are just get stat buffs, but not any greater than commons. Okay, we do have the Bath VIP card. That's really important. I really want the Book Rental Club card soon. Don't have enough for the armor, which is fine. Armor's not that great. I don't have enough for that. Everything else I think is very, very expensive. Yeah, Secret Twin is expensive. Additional properties would be so nice. Oh, yeah. Extra cards I don't care about. Alright. And these are nice, but okay. We don't have enough for anything. We've bought everything that's, like, lower than 10. And I think we've bought some 10s too. All right, that's where we stand with Fate's ledger. We have the gallery for the 6 out of 200 endings. Oh my god. Yikes. Collection. We've got some art collection stuff. Very good. Very nice. These are all the cards that we have managed to that are in the game, I guess. I don't think that there's anything hidden here. My gosh, there's so many things. So many things. These are all the cards in the game. And then, like, crowdfund treasures are new, so we will start running into some of these things, which is gonna be cool. And the non-human stuff is stuff that we've not gotten into at all, because I am bad at this game. We've done some of the animals. Ooh, not all of them, though. There's a lot of cool stuff here. The consumables, there's like this stuff that we haven't really done a lot with. And then these things. There are phantom coins? Holy crap. Yeah. And then, of course, the Sultan's cards we know. There's a whole game, a whole bunch of food in this game, that's some of which has been added recently. And I say recently as in, like, in the last 6 months to a year recently. Sultan board. Which meets Sultan, which gives him a deck of challenge cards. Sultan has fun completing them. Sultan decides it would be fun to watch someone else complete them. That's us. Life is hard. Juggle challenges and try not to die horribly. Considers wife is best wife. Nerd beggar is best adopted daughter. Absolutely. I think we've seen a hefty chunk of the books. Not all of them, clearly, but a hefty chunk of them. The symbolism stuff we have yet to really dig into. Dear gods. We've done like the bare bone basics of stuff here. And the army. There's so much more stuff in here now. And then there's like miscellaneous others. Oh my gosh, there's so much. There's so many cards that I need to get my eyes on in game. Okay, that's a nice preview of everything that we have in front of us. There is a digital novel. I haven't read it, but I was very excited about it. But clicking on this does not actually bring it up in game, so new game. We have completed the tutorial before. So but because it's been such a long time, I am not going to skip it. I would like to redo the tutorial. So this will give everyone a good sense of the game before we get back into it. Long, long ago, in a distant land, there was a mighty sultan. 8 years ago, the sultan ascended to the throne over his father's corpse and inherited this vast empire. His was a cruel and cunning rule. Ruthless to enemies and kin alike, and had an innate thirst for the misfortune of others. He made his subjects fear him, which made his rule unshakable. Wealth, status, slaves, he had whatever he desired. People bent their backs before him. The flowers in the winter garden bloomed overnight at his command. Our invincible monarch. We live in a great empire. A king favored by the true God. My love, my eagle. Boring. Day after day, the great sultan had exhausted all earthly pleasures, all the things that past sultans and kings had enjoyed. Ultimately, he got tired of it. To have everything, but no joy, was truly vexing. What fun shall I have today? Is there nothing new to please me? Your Majesty, someone outside pleads for an audience to present you a game. Bring them in. The stranger claims to be a magician from a distant land and has brought a game favored by monarchs from other continents. The essence of the game is to re experience all of your power in a more thrilling and entertaining way, she says. I have a box full of cards, each corresponding to an indulgence only the Sultan is entitled to enjoy. Bring it up. This bitch. Every time you draw, you receive a random card. They are called Sultan cards by those of distant lands. The cards depict tasks to be completed. The first to exhaust all the cards in the box shall be known as King of Kings, Sultan of Sultans. There are 4 types in total. If your majesty would allow me, I would like to explain them one by one. She bows her head and raises the wooden box. Please, your supreme majesty, tap on the box to draw your first card. A silver carnality card, behold. There are 2 parts to every sultan's card. Carnality refers to physical pleasures, and silver. Its color, its tier, refers to the tier of the object of pleasure. Though all things are but ants at your feet, O great sultan, they are unequal in their insignificance. Some would say some would always be a little bit nobler, and you have the right to dictate your subjects' worth. If your majesty so commands, it would delight me greatly to explain this game to you. But of course, you are the Sultan, supreme in station and wisdom, infinite in glory and radiance. Even without my humble counsel, you would surely master it in no time. Oh, this bitch is out for us again. Let us chat with her to refresh ourselves about everything. I can answer all your questions, but seeing is believing. You will love this game once you play it. Let's talk about the cards. The Sultan's game has 4 kinds of cards, each with 4 tiers. They represent challenges you must complete after drawing them. Worry not, magic ensures that cheating is impossible. Ah, you've noticed it. The Sultan's game has granted you the power to see everything in its proper tier. Gold, silver, bronze, and stone. Even the Sultan's cards bow to this hierarchy nestled neatly within these 4 ranks. Now, resolving a Sultan card typically demands a character or item of matching caliber, bronze for bronze, silver for silver. But to make the game more amenable, should you wield a higher tier piece, it can serve to settle a lesser card. For instance, you might sacrifice a silver target to satisfy a bronze bloodshed card. There are 4 types of Sultan's cards, each with a different way to be resolved. Which one would you like to hear about? Carnality. To lie with women, with men, or any other arrangement your imagination conjures. Any such unions is sufficient to fulfill the carnality card's demand. A simple matter, truly, for one of your boundless creativity. But there is a wrinkle to consider. The same companion cannot be reused to resolve multiple carnality cards, at least not without elevating their station or employing more inventive methods. Bloodshed. To satisfy a bloodshed card, you need only slay a person of appropriate tier, or perhaps some other intelligent beings. Delightfully straightforward with the fewest restrictions. And the most annoying ones, too. Conquest. Military victories and sufficiently difficult adventures can all qualify as successful conquests. Extravagance. The extravagance card calls for extravagant spending. Construct opulent estates, host revels of unparalleled splendor, or indulge in pursuits gloriously impractical. This is a game for people who know how to live large. I see. Her smile carries a hint of danger, yet it adds a unique allure. The Sultan drew a card of silver carnality, meaning he must engage carnally with someone of silver tier, or he could choose to whip, molest, or torture them as long as it brings physical pleasure to him. Once his desire was fulfilled, the requirement of the carnality card was also satisfied. You've triggered a carnality event. Click to open. To break this card, I need to indulge in carnal pleasures with someone of gold or silver tier. Place me in there. To fulfill the Sultan card, you need to place it in the event slot. Oops, sorry. Wait, here? In the audience room? This is outrageous! I will record His Majesty's choice. Alright, so now we've sorted it to tiers. It was supposed to actually pop this up so that you could see what he was talking about, but we have to choose a suitable target. We have to put the Sultan in, of which if you just right-click, he will go in. Very well. Then who shall serve me? This game is getting interesting. The carnality card, of course, goes into the card slot. The Sultan revealed the silver card. Until this moment, the courtiers thought it was a joke. They all wore cautious smiles and tried not to spoil his mood or fall victim to the game. The Sultan, however, scanned their faces with amusement. He was the great Sultan, who could laugh off everything in the world except for the game. The game was something he took seriously. A high-tier Sultan card cannot target a low-tier character, so anyone who is not at least silver or higher cannot be placed in this slot and satisfy this card. So, the slave girl, she doesn't have to worry about it. The tax collector and the warrior similarly are exempt. But the seductive consort, the scribe, the royal guardian, the aged consort, Vesir, and the general are all up for grabs. Now, if we click on them, it tells us about them. The Sultan's favorite consort of the past few weeks. She and her kin now look down on others with their noses in the air. In fairness, even her nostril is exceedingly beautiful. These are her stats. She has 3 physique, 5 charisma, 2 wisdom, 1 sociability. Her tags are female, noble, and owned, because it belongs to the Sultan, and we are playing as the Sultan currently. She has no weapons, attire, or accessories attached to her, because they would show up here, just behind her portrait. And she is a figment of memory, because we are technically remembering the Sultan's run of this game. The scribe. The task of chronicling is sacred. The scribe is responsible for recording the Sultan's every word and action. As a result, he always feels like he is living on borrowed time. His physique is only a 2, but he has a 2 charisma, a 5 wisdom, and a 5 sociability. He is male, noble, and also owned. With no gear. The Royal Guard. A handsome young man skilled in martial arts, but the real reason he was chosen is that he does not like women, which is best if he were to guard the Sultan's harem. His is a physique of 5, charisma 2, wisdom 2, and combat 5. Male, noble, owned. And then we have the aged consort. Strictly speaking, she is the Sultan's elder sister, but for those of royal blood, this is hardly an unusual arrangement. It is said that she slipped her father and brother's battle plans to the Sultan, thus earning her place at the ruler's side to share in his glory and victory. Her physique is 2, charisma 8, wisdom 5, sociability 5. So yes, this game is not PG-13 at all in concept. Vesir. He has some royal blood, but what really propelled him to such high position was the wealth he invested in the Sultan during his early years. Now, with the Sultan's explicit consent, he has recouped that investment 10,000-fold. He has a physique of 3, charisma 3, wisdom 8, and sociability 3. And last but not least, our general. The only surviving brother of the Sultan's, he carved a path of blood to the throne at the Sultan's side, only to sink into that sweet, wine-induced haze and the languor of earthly pleasures. His physique is 8, charisma 3, wisdom 3, combat 5. So, we have a brother, a sister, the man who runs our country under us, a royal guard who actually would probably be into it if he was the target, the scribe who is supposed to record everything we say or do. How better to record what happens next than to be involved in it, I suppose. And his current favorite. The safe play here is the current favorite. But there is truly no safe play. These 3 are too low a tier for the carnality card. I'm gonna go very salacious. Could it be? But even though he's into men, it's fine. He'll enjoy this. The Sultan is enjoying in pleasure. Click end of day to progress the game. So at the end of all of your choices, you click end of day. And then you see what happens. The Sultan revealed the silver card. Until this moment, the courtiers thought it was a joke. They all wore cautious smiles and tried not to spoil his mood or fall victim to the game. The Sultan, however, scanned their faces with amusement. He was the great Sultan who could laugh off everything in the world except for the game. The game was something he took seriously. The Sultan chose the Royal Guard as the target of carnality. As someone close to the Sultan, the Royal Guard had seen too many absurd things. On the other hand, he was not without desire for the Sultan's divine body. However, he did not expect it to happen in such circumstances. As in, the middle of court. Under the gaze of the courtiers, the Royal Guard had lost his mind. He took off his pants, raised his buttocks high, and buried his head in the soft carpet, awaiting the judgment of fate. He heard the voices of his shocked comrades, the mocking of the noblewomen. He didn't know what had entered his body. Was it the Sultan's scepter or his sheath? Everyone knew what had happened, except him, but he would not dare to ask this question in his life. And when you break a Sultan's card, you get images like that. The first card made the Sultan very satisfied. This was truly a game made for him. He started to draw the second card. She bows her head and raises the wooden box. Please, your supreme majesty, tap on the box to draw your next. Ah, bloodshed. A fine diversion for a ruler. No doubt you have long since grown accustomed to the symphony of blood and screams. Yet the beauty of this game lies in its unpredictability. Not even your majesty can know what enjoyment awaits. The thrill of not knowing what delight awaits makes each move all the more exhilarating. The mysterious magician's gaze passed over the trembling courtiers. Your exalted majesty, supreme in splendor, how do you intend to resolve this card? The Sultan drew a bloodshed card, which requires him to kill a gold tier character. A smirk appeared on the Sultan's face. A good gold bloodshed. Who should it be? A loyal consort? A formidable general? Or... we need to personally kill someone, so we go into... The Sultan goes in the event slot. The bloodshed card goes into the card slot. The consort shall die looking good. Those are the people the Sultan relies on the most. Such misfortunes. When will it be my turn? No, it can't be. Great. Kill that bitch. Dude, that's his sister. So, the Sultan must go in this section. This goes here. I'll resort the cards back into their tiers. And then we have to decide of these three people who dies. Again, a loyal general, our brother, who has fallen to drink. The man who runs our country, so that we don't have to. Or our dear loyal sister, who, betrayed her own father and brothers so that she could live through the Civil War when her brother took the throne. Her little brother took the throne. She is an older sister. One of those three must be killed. Chat. I leave it up to you. The general, Vasir, or the sister. Well, I should say brother, sister, or other is really kind of how this goes. Do we kill family or do we kill a guy who got his money back? You know, that only rolls a d20. You're lucky it rolled a 2. I see this game certainly makes pastimes more thrilling. The Sultan seemed in high spirit. Very intriguing. Silence fell over the lapis lazuli palace. People held their breath. The fear had clutched their hearts. Their expensive silk robes were drenched in cold sweat. The Sultan toyed with the cards in his fingers. Who would he choose? Are we choosing Vesir then? And you re-roll on a 1920, otherwise divide by 6 and round up. So the general. Okay. Well, he's become fairly useless. Your Majesty, I am loyal. That don't matter here. That do not matter here. The Sultan chose the general as the target of bloodshed. He was the Sultan's most loyal comrade. They used to have each other's backs in the battlefield. Since when did he diminish himself into a foolish coward, clapping his hands for the Sultan's every decision? Going back 20 years, he would draw his sword and cut down the magician that had swayed the monarch. But now he was lying on the ground, like a broken sack, waiting for soldiers to drag him into the death row cell. Going back 20 years, more than half the soldiers would defend him with their lives, even from the great Sultan. But now he was dragged away like some livestock by his own men. The courtiers quickly made way for their fallen colleague. The bloodstained carpets and drapes were replaced overnight. Today, the Sultan appears in court once again, radiant. Alright, time to draw the next card. You have mastered the rules already. The magician breaks the newly completed Sultan card. Your next draw. An extravagance card. To squander wealth, how would you like to do it? If your majesty so commands, it would delight me great. Oh, yeah, no, we don't need the game. A stone extravagance card will only cost a tiny portion of the Sultan's wealth. This game isn't only about bad things happening to you, the Sultan laughed. See? Now I have to reward you with something. The courtiers forced a few chuckles from their throats. Alright, let's do this. Okay, much better. So, Sultan goes here, the card goes here, and then we can give money or a person to the nameless beggar. For the Sultan, completing the stone extravagance card would be effortless, but he would not want to ruin this rare entertainment by simply giving a few gold coins away to his guard. The courtiers went to great lengths to find a beggar. They must not be too dirty, that would displease the Sultan, nor could they look too clean and neat to be real. Now the Sultan was going to reward this beggar in person. To the Sultan, it was a trivial gift, but for the beggar, it was a turning point in his life. So we have coins we could give him. Or we could give him anywhere from the slave girl on up. This violates the rule, doesn't it? No, it really does not. I'm willing to die for you, but I am not qualified. We don't have to give him all the money if we don't want to. Shit, I do not meet the requirement. Okay, so they're gonna make me do it small. This makes no sense. Your Majesty, it can't be right. If this is my fate. So she qualifies. She qualifies. Even sis qualifies. Hello, hello, welcome in. Phone me in. I believe that's how you say your name. Do correct me if it's some other pronunciation, but thank you for the follow. Lovely to meet you. Ah, they need the own tag or something like that? No. The beggar is male. It's very much like, if I put him here, it's because he's male. But she's female, so she qualifies. It's not that they don't have same-sex relationships here, it's just that specifically in this instance, they're forcing you to do woman or money. So, who do we put in? The options here are age consort, gold coins. We have 10 of them. We don't have to give him all 10. Seductive consort, or slave girl. Those are the actual options that will satisfy this card. I happen to already have seen slave girl. That's the nicest one you can do here. Everything else is just horrible and mean and awful and bad end, but the whole point of the Sultan's game is not to be nice. So, chat. What level of insanity do we want to see? Age consort, some amount of gold, seductive consort, or the slave girl? Please tell me. Giving him sisters also a somewhat nice resolution, as I recall. Ooh. I see you have played this game before. This is not my first time through Sultan's game, but it has been a while, so I decided to play the prologue. The tutorial. Sure, that sounds fun. Alright, I don't think I've seen Age Consort, so let's see what happens. Your Majesty, this joke scares me. This, I'm giving you freedom. Go with it. Beggar has left with his reward. Let's find out what happens. Freedom. For the Sultan, completing the Stone Extravagance card would be effortless, but he would not want to ruin this rare entertainment by simply giving a few gold coins away to his guard. Courtiers went to great lengths to find a beggar. They must not be too dirty. That would displease the Sultan, nor could they look too clean and neat to be real. Now the Sultan was going to reward this beggar in person. To the Sultan, it was a trivial gift, but for the beggar, it was a turning point in his life. The Sultan gave his noble age consort to the beggar. Remember, she's his sister. Without saying a word, the consort followed the beggar, vanishing at the palace gates. Everyone hoped this was some jest. Sultan was not pleased, as the consort showed no emotion. He ordered his high constable to track them and recount their tale. Years later, an old storyteller returned narrating the beggar and consort's journey. Even as cities fell to sands over millennia, their tale lived on, adapted and celebrated. Aw, she got out. She escaped. Not quite so satisfying. Ugh, the art in this game, so good. Echoes of yesterday's farce still lingers in the palace. The courtiers are morose and weary. They stare at the magician standing by the throne, at the wooden box in her hand filled with deadly games. Alright, I believe the last on the list is a conquest. Conquest. The game that our great ruler excels at the most. How many city-states and kingdoms have fallen before your might? And now the question arises, how do you intend to achieve victory in this particular challenge? Yes, yes. This time, Sultan drew a bronze conquest card. Conquest meant taking what belonged to others, and bronze tier corresponded to the size of a small town. Fortunately, there were enough targets on Sultan's map to choose from. Sultan took his royal sword and decided to give it to the subject who was willing to conquer the place for him. The royal sword is a powerful weapon. Take my sword and equip it. My dear subject, conquer this place for me. Drag the weapon onto another character's card to equip. In challenging events, use intelligence to increase the number of dice in attribute checks and gain additional rolls. To fulfill the Sultan's card, you need to place it in the event slot. Yeah. So, a silver army from a prosperous bronze town. Conquest card goes there. So we have to decide who goes. Obviously, can we actually do the Sultan himself? Nope, we cannot. Could make Vasir do it. But we could make this tax collector do it, and it would be hilarious. Of course, we can decide not to give him the sword. So he would very much not go well. But we also have a tactics that we can throw in this slot to help as well. Now, what a tactics does is it gives you a reroll, but it also ups the stats. So for this, it will up your stealth and combat stats to +4. If you have it, it will just add it to you. And you get 4 reroll chances, which is very, very, very nice. So if we want to win this, we can. If we want to lose it, we can't. The challenge itself is that... let's see here. Prosperous Town is a combat of 5, so this is not exactly a difficult location to take. But I believe their full combat ability against us is a 15. So we have to beat a 15. We're currently at a 12. And we just have to decide who is going. He has no combat ability. This warrior, on the other hand, has some. Obviously, physique matters a little bit. If we equip him with the sword, which we have to do while he's down here, that's just the way that works. Now you can see that the sword is equipped and his combat stat goes up dramatically for it. And now he is at a 21. If we add a tactics to that midst, he's at a 25. So that is how you can stack buffs and bonuses. I can also pull the sword off of him and just send him by his own lonesome and let him fail, or make it barely a win. The Royal Sword truly does the majority of the work. The only person we can't send, well, the only 2 people, is the Sultan himself apparently cannot go, and the slave girl, because she's too low a tier. So, let me put this back into where it needs to be. What happened? Oh, I think the sword got... Yeah, I have these things on other stuff. So, what do we want to do? Broccoli! We are going for a new flavor of Asian drama. Technically an old flavor of Asian drama. I've played this before. You can find the playlist on my YouTube, but they finally made a font bigger. I have this on the largest font that they have here. We could just not give him the sword. You intrigue me, and likely the Sultan too. I mean, we could send the Royal Guard as well. He has a combat of 5. He fits the criteria. He can go by himself and be fine. No, we cannot send the Sultan. I have said that, and I have also proven it by trying to drag the Sultan in here, and he just does not go. I know. But we can also send, like, Vasir with a sword, and he would, like, anyone would do fine. Heck, we could send the consort. Am I competent for this? I've always wanted to become a general since I was a kid. Ooh, that's interesting. With tactics, she barely passes and has rerolls in case the dice go badly. You know what? I'm gonna send the consort. Bitch, take the sword. Take it. I want to see her win. Okay. Sort this back to where it needs to be. And, yeah. We're gonna do this and see what happens. She always wanted to be one. Now she has her chance. We end the day. There was a prosperous city near the Sultanate that had been trading treasures and spices with an Eastern Empire for decades, if not centuries. They also made a lot of money, maybe too much money from the Sultan. It was about time for them to pay the price. Once the target of conquest was decided, the melancholy that had shrouded the court during these games was swept away. The courtiers began to talk about the inevitable victory enthusiastically. There was only one question left: whom the Sultan would send to take the loot. So, needless to say, we need at least one success to win. And we have all of these dice. We got 11. Do we need a reroll? No, not even a little. An easy victory. Glory to the Sultan. The Sultan's army beheaded the town's guardian though merely months ago, the Sultan had promised them autonomy. At that time, the guardian had knelt and kissed the Sultan's feet in gratitude. Nevertheless, the bronze conquest card is resolved. What fascinating thrills those last 2 days were. The Sultan nodded at the magician. Your game is good. I understand it now. Come, let's continue playing. After several rounds of practice, the great Sultan got the hang of the game. Later, he would draw several Sultan cards in one day and complete them in the most dramatic ways. It only took 14 days for him to run out of all the Sultan cards, setting the fastest game record ever. As anticipated, every victory came at a cost. With each draw, someone would disappear from the palace, becoming part of the Sultan's game. For 14 days, the court was filled with screams, cries, and mad groans. When that cursed box was finally empty, the officials breathed a sigh of relief, and the Sultan's game was finally over. However, the magician put all the broken cards into a bag and shook it vigorously. They were unbelievably restored to their original state by some mysterious magic. Great. It seems we can continue to play. The Sultan was so pleased that he even clapped his hands. Bring me the box. Let me draw a card and see what fun awaits today. No. This must be stopped. Someone has to dissuade the Sultan from playing this absurd game. You take a deep breath and step forward. Doesn't really matter which one you pick. We're gonna rebuke him. Let's get feisty. It's possible to do better than 14 days, but you need a lot of experience and prestige purchases to handle that. Oh yeah, I don't have it. I do not. You gave a feisty rebuke to the obsessed Sultan in the court, seeking justice for those innocent victims. And here we are, our zoo. You make your speech until your mouth feels dry, but it clearly has no impact on the Sultan. Even the magician pays you no mind. As you come to a stop, exhausted, wondering if your life is about to end, the Sultan suddenly casts you a curious look. Verily so, he muses. A wise monarch should not commit such acts, but neither should a wise monarch abandon his own delights. In which case, why don't you play this in my stead? You, my loyal subject, I command you to play this game for me, this Sultan's game. He bursts into laughter as you stand there dumbfounded. Yorick! Welcome in, it's lovely to see you today. Yeah, I managed to do that. Took me some resets for right even appearing in time though, and it's an achievement in Steam. Yes, I likely will never be good enough at this game to manage to do it less than 14 days. I'm not gonna lie. I am a bit of a conservative, cautious, scaredy cat of a player. But now we have gotten to the beginning of the actual game. The prologue / tutorial is done. We now remember how to play the game. Not that I ever truly forgot. And we get to set the difficulty. I have played on the difficulty of Maggie. I have played on the difficulty of Hassan. I have never played on the magician difficulty. She's scary, and I don't like her. But she's hot. Maggie is really it is easy mode. It is the kindest mode. It really allows you to get good story, and you have a lot of opportunity to go back and make better choices when things go horrifically wrong, because they do. They will. It gets complicated. Trying to get everything done at once is redonkulous. Hassan is a more... Well, it's called the normal game for a reason. You still have quite a bit of leeway and resets, but it's a little bit less forgiving. So you have a 50-50% chance to succeed, whereas the 60% chance to succeed here is much nicer. You have more cards that you can exchange here. On this one, you can only exchange one. The gold die that you get to guarantee successes, you only have 2, but you get 3 here. And there's, you know, Maggie's just our lovely, perfect, wonderful, amazing goddess of a wife. And everyone who has seen me play this before knows that I am absolutely in love with this woman. So... I don't believe that you are locked out of any achievements, save for those specific to to the magician level. But yeah, she a bitch. She a bitch. We're gonna do Maggie level. I just want to see new content. I don't want it to be a struggle. Your story begins. How will you end this Sultan's game? Will you win by drawing all the cards like the Sultan himself, or... So now we have the possibility to change our name. Arzu is the default, and honestly, I do like it. We have changed the name before. If this is the point where chat can opt to offer their own name. I will say that if it would be very kind of you, for those who have channel points, to use the highlight my message feature so that I can see them all. I mean, not that there's like a ton of people in my chat right now, but you know, how will it end? In tears. Hey, I escaped once. All the other times has been death. Mr. Bigglesworth. Trav, I adore you. I do. You're funny. Anybody else have an option? Honestly, Arzu's a pretty good name. It's a really solid name. Alright, well, I guess this is the Mr. Bigglesworth run. Let's see if it fits. It does! No! You're the one who decided on it! Don't tell me no when you were the one who decided on it. Goodness, Mr. Bigglesworth. I was very much joking. Well, then give me a serious option. I mean, we can go back to Arzu. I do love it. It's a great name. Alright, Arzu the Third it is. Ooh, eyes are weird in this. Arzu the Third. You come from a noble family that has served the Sultan for generations. Please choose your family's origin. extra cards, or I'm sorry, extra coins, extra influence, or the ancestral armor, which we have not upgraded through Fate's Ledger. I already have all the gold upgrades, so I don't really think I need the merchant family. I like traditional noble. The 3 influence is very nice in the early game. Ancestral armor, if it was upgraded, could be really a nice option too, but I don't necessarily need it. I'll do this one. All right, we can decide what personal ability we're most proud of. He already has all of the stat upgrades from Fate's Ledger, so do we just want a little bit more sociability and charisma, a little bit more combat and physique, or do we want more wisdom, of which oftentimes wisdom is the deciding factor of many things? There is a heavy amount of being wise in this game helps you so much. Especially with the reading. There are so many books that have a requirement of a certain level of wisdom. But for Arzu's stats specifically, because I already have him upgraded, I have upgraded his stats all the way. It really doesn't matter which one we take. PP, thank you for the lurk. I hope your game is treating you well. But chat, for those of you who are here and have played before, what should we take? What should this run be defined by? Words, strength, or mind? Charisma? So you want sociability and charisma? Sure, we can do that. I just got finished talking about how useful wisdom is, yes. So I have a vote for words and a vote for mind. Let's go for words. Conservative old bloods are keen to keep slaves to show their authority, while open-minded young nobles influenced by progressive ideas tend to form cliques between themselves. Which type are you? I will note that I have upgraded all the followers. So all 3, if I go conservative, all 3 slaves are at their highest tier, and if I go progressive, I have the noble follower at silver tier and not bronze. So the noble follower is not all the way upgraded through Fate's Ledger, but I have gotten him up as far as I can with the amount of Fate I had to do upgrades. Do we want more people to get more things done, or do we want less people and more of a scramble until we get more people? Because it's not like we don't get more people. We do. Progressive? I haven't done a progressive run in a while, to be quite frank. I can do progressive. All right, we'll take our noble follower. He's a pretty good dude. Honestly, having 3 followers is really useful, but it was hard to get someone to send to court. Yeah, because we had to go to court or our wife had to go to court. Now we have somebody else to go to court for us. What do we love most about our wife who has always accompanied us? Maggie is a goddess, as I said. I have mentioned I am absolutely entirely in love with this woman. Um, she is everything, everything, honestly. Um, do we give her physique in combat, which is wild, but it does mean that she has a base of understanding for becoming another combatant. I've never done that build for her. Do we do wisdom and sociability, which is very useful because it means that she can do early books with wisdom requirements, and she has a little bit more sociability for the baths. Or we could do physique and charisma, which again helps us in the baths, I believe. Not the physique side, but I believe the charisma side does. Honestly, I think sociability is one of the hardest stats to raise in the game because you have to have specific books, and some of those books require a wisdom, have a wisdom requirement, which is kind of annoying. Since we don't have Inar, who was the useful one for running the household, Maggie's probably going to have to do that rather than hanging out at the bathhouse. True, but Farja, our follower, can also run the household. Like, we have people who can do it. And also, Lady Becky is, like, baller. In fact, I started using Lady Becky as my almost exclusive Ghost to Court person. Wisdom sounds good. Okay, we'll go with wisdom. The Sultan considers selecting a player as part of the game itself, forcing you to participate in these cruel games on his behalf. He pardons any possible crimes you might commit while resolving a Sultan card, such as murder, adultery, robbery, and hoarding troops. Not out of mercy, but because he hopes for a more spectacular performance from you. Remember, you have only 7 days to break a Sultan's card, but you'll find yourself just another victim of this wicked game. We can do nothing but accept. Okay. Most of the gold cards here are like insta-death. We can trade them in, so it's not the end of the world. But as this is our starting hand, basically. And if we get gold bloodshed or gold conquest, we're fucked. I hate those cards. Gold carnality, we can absolutely do with our wife. Gold extravagance is a little bit trickier, but not the end of the world. It's plausible to do. Let's find out what we get. Bronze extravagance. Okay. We could draw extra, but no thank you. And we could change it, which is the trade. But I'm fine with bronze extravagance. Bronze extravagance is fine. Bronze extravagance is even a really good start, honestly. You drag your weary body from the court. The courtiers silently watch you. Some relieved they aren't the ones advising the Sultan. Some secretly delighted in your misfortune. And others genuinely sympathizing with you. But none of that matters anymore. You are embroiled in the Sultan's game, with the cards in your hand burning like coals. You have 7 days to break it. After that, you'll draw the next card, and the struggle will continue, and the next, and so on. The carriage traverses the city to your residence, the bustling market, steaming bathhouse, and the comings and goings of people receding behind. Soon you return home, where your wife, already informed of the news, stands waiting at the door. You walk quickly to embrace her. You are still alive, and life must go on. The event of the grand game, the news in the bathhouse, and managing the estate have appeared on our map. And if we don't know what a card does, we can drag it to methinks. We have to deal with this. We can merge or split things. I forget how, but here we go. I'm going to do that. So we have the bath card here, and then we have all this. Maggie, my love, is amazing. Um, Your wife, a wise and respectable woman, while your marriage, arranged by your late parents when they were still young, lacks passion, it has proven to be a source of stability and peace. She has been steadfast as ever, even after this deadly game has caught you in its snare, never once expressing a desire to leave you, though occasionally you hear her sigh. We do have a bond of fate with her. But she is our wife, and the most amazing person ever. You, a poor soul caught in the Sultan's game. These are our stats. We have a lot. But we are the protagonist. Lady Becky. 2 generations before the current Sultan, Lady Becky's ancestor was given the noble title for protecting a young prince from a venomous snake. The title has been passed down through 11 generations, although no one takes it seriously. His nobility comes with full paperwork and all the legal force behind it. Additionally, he truly is a clever and beautiful kitten. The Lady Becky title comes from the original Lady Becky. Every generation ends up naming one of the kittens Lady Becky. Yeah, I don't remember. We'll have to figure it out. But technically speaking, Lady Becky is not only a noble, but also equipment. So you can drag Lady Becky onto characters. An accessory, sits in the accessory slot, a follower, and an animal. And this is Lady Becky's stats. Lady Becky is fucking baller, and I love this cat. Farja. You knew that he was of extraordinary origin, but you did not expect him to be the son of a lord. These are his stats. He is a noble male follower. And then, of course, we have the extravagance card. The image faintly depicts a benevolent figure giving out all his belongings, but alas, his face has been erased. We have 3 gold die. We have, an influence of 3 in the court. I love that the coins make noise when you do that. We have 7 days to figure out what to do with this freaking card. We have me things to tell us about stuff. So, like, what I love is that, like, if you click on the card, well, no, if you, I think it's a double click? No, if you just pick up the card, it will tell you where you can put the card. So, like, nothing on the board lights up. Some things light up. So you can always, like, figure out where to put things that way. What do they have to say about my meow? You can do anything with him except let him read. Lady Becky cannot actually read books. Think, methinks. Nothing. My love, my steadfast ally. These little cuties are indispensable everywhere. An event came up. Event dog eat dog has appeared. So yeah, you can drag cards in and gain events. What does this do? You heard about a group-related criminal activity. If you act quickly, you can take advantage of the chaos. The more successes, the greater the rewards. Failure may result in an injury. We need stealth. Need a friend who's good at tracking, eavesdropping, and parkour. Some things can make you skillful. I have stealth. I'm the only one with stealth. Well... Nope. Survival. I could go on this, but I don't think I would get too many great successes. Interesting. I didn't realize the coins would do that. We'll have... This will, this symbol here says that it will, run out, like, this event will, run out in a day. So it will just, you need to complete it in a day. I don't think not completing it will be bad, though. All right, the grand game. Who do we have in here? We do have 1 point of opposition, so we need somebody with a point of support, which Lady Becky certainly qualifies. It's this asshole. As Fatuna's brother-in-law, he has long coveted the wealth she inherited. So Raba is being a problem in court. I actually think I'm going to send you. Things in the palace never change. There's nothing new. So now we have a point of support to even out. You need to meet the opposition or beat it to make sure that you don't get bad things. But I think Farja, you can support me in the court today. Managing the household requires wisdom and sociability. Lady Becky only has wisdom. So, but we can do this. This will allow us to have good things happen when we take care of our... Can I put the extravagance card there? No. I need to drag it into methinks, I think. Which just leaves the bathhouse for rumors and whatnot, or the bookstore. We have Samir in the bookstore today. He's the court physician. He is technically opposition, so maybe dealing with him would be good. Samir has served the court for over 10 years. He is a skilled physician, well-dressed, and avoids the touch of women. After all, more often than not, it is the delicate female members of the harem that require his treatment, instead of the robust Sultan. It is said that the monarch once gifted him a male concubine. The two share a harmonious companionship to this day. He's gay! Good for him. I'm gonna buy a book. We will deal with extravagance shortly. But let's see if we can't remove some opposition off of Samir. Alright, we won't go to the bathhouse, which just means that my early game of grinding for buffs is not gonna happen, but that's okay. We're good. I love that this is the little symbol that Lady Becky is here. I love her. I love that cat. He is the best cat. Okay, shift click gets that. Alt. Oh no, just click the number. Just click the number. That's what you need. Okay. Let's see how the day ends. Frequent appearances in the palace are as necessary as water and air are to the living. Missing a friend only loses some benefits, but missing an enemy means not knowing what words that escape their lips into the Sultan's ear. The nobles bicker like street ruffians, scrambling for food before their master. This is exactly what the Sultan wants to see. Palace intrigues have made the Sultan somewhat weary, and so his fatigue goes up, and after like 7 days of fatigue, he fucks off. Sending someone there has at least one benefit. You can receive useful intelligence in real time. So we got some low-level mystique. Finally, I can go home. Walking in the Sultan's palace feels like breaking through cobwebs, moving through the gaze of the ministers. In this game, more and more things entangle you. People are still willing to come under your roof and share words, promises, and opportunities. 3 successes will yield the highest returns. A nod, a word shared, a handshake. Nobles need not labor to make a living. Oh yeah, I'm making money today. The clinking of coins makes you smile, but then you start to worry how long this kind of life will last. A good night's sleep, perhaps?
Increasingly, you have been gazing at the Sultan's card, caressing it. During these moments, the house seems completely empty. You wander through the corridors, searching the study and rummaging through the kitchen. Everything is still there, but there is no one left. Occasionally, your wife breaks you out of this dread reverie and reminds you that there is still a world out there. The Angler isn't the largest bookstore in town, but it's certainly the most refined and oldest one. If you're willing, you could surely find some good books there. Buying books is much easier than reading them. Ooh, Journey to the West. That's really high level. The book in your hands piques the other's interest. So you need at least 2 successes to influence them. If you are both nobles, the requirement reduces by 1. So I need a single success out of 7 here. Oh yeah, got it in the bag. Taste and wisdom, morality and ability have nothing to do with each other, but most people rely on taste to choose their friends. So now we have a point of support from Samhir, which means that if he is ever in court by himself, we do not have to worry about opposition. They discussed some topics from the book, but you gained real-world information from it. So we also got inside information, which is very good. In the past, bookstores used to be places of escape filled with stories and fiction. Now you are at the center of a story, seeing only metaphors and satire in every page, reminding you of the absurdity and lack of compassion in reality. And that's how our day went. Day 1, pretty good. Pretty good. We got some inside information. The House of Delights opens. We got a book. So for inside information, this gives us wisdom and sociability buffs and a single reroll because it is stone. Mystique gives charisma and magic with a single reroll. So intelligence is what these cards are, and they are the buffs that you give yourself for reroll opportunities and to boost your stats. Books, on the other hand, are permanent, but you do have to drag them into methinks and have a character spend time on them. Gold extravagance. Buy bookshop for nerdy beggar. I wish. After reading this book, you gain survival +3, but you need at least 2 wisdom to read it. I don't think I have anyone who needs survival at the moment. I mean, we have 2 survival. We could absolutely use more. Our wife has none. Farja has none. So we are the most capable of surviving out in the wilds. Lady Becky does have 3 already, but she cannot read, or I should say he cannot read books. So that's where we stand currently. Let's get this sorted. And we do have the bath VIP card, which means we don't have to spend money at the bath. So nice. I'm going to hold on to the book. Who's at the House of Delights? Juna? Carnality, bloodshed, extravagance. Okay. So we can do an extravagance card here, but Juna, but we would have to put some money in. Unfortunately, Juna is too low for the bronze because she's a stone card, but she is lovely. All of the women in the brothel are lovely. Okay, so for managing this house, Maggie, dear Maggie. Wait. Do I want who's here? Adilla? She is a point of opposition. Do I want intel or do I want gold? I mean, money I have. She has her sword on her. She refuses to walk the path her family chose for her and wishes to prove herself through combat. A girl with a pure heart, admirable in her folly. You can actually pick her up as a follower later. Farja, go to court. So now opposition is good. Who's in the bookstore today? Lazig? Lazig has no opposition. An administrator in charge of all palace affairs, he meticulously records every detail of the Sultan's daily life and takes great pride in his work. But he is a bookworm, so he's here a lot. Yeah, no, he's fine. I will deal with him, and then Maggie and Lady Becky can handle the estate together again, because, I mean, who doesn't love this cat? Who doesn't love this cat? Alright. Day 2 is very much like day 1, but it is early days. But May, what are you doing about your extravagance card? Just wait. Alright, we've read this one again. We must go to court. The nobles bicker. The Sultan is weary. We got a secret. Finally, returned safely. And it still is entangling. People are still willing to come. We just need a few successes. Booyah! We make money. All will be well. Yes, Maggie. You are my beloved wife and I love you. Something noteworthy has happened. So this happens on occasion. Always after managing the estate. Or generally after managing the estate. I think they can pop up elsewhere. A strangely dressed itinerant monk claimed that you have a connection to the god he worships and wanted to give you an ancient statue. The statue had a serene and compassionate look, but you always felt something was off about it. So we have 3 options, and each of the 3 options do things. We could accept the statue, we could politely decline the statue, or we could rebuke loudly at this very strangely dressed itinerant monk who offers us something weird. Chat. Dear lovely chat, I entreat you to tell me what you would like to see, and I will accept the consequences. Whatever they may be. The statue sucks. I don't remember all of these, but the statue is bad. It is weird, and we have a gut feeling that it is bad. But it is up to the chat, whoever wishes to weigh in, whether we accept the statue, whether we politely decline it, or whether we tell this fucker off. Rebuke loudly. Tell this fucker off. I could do a poll, but I would much prefer to hear from all of you, my lovely, lovely followers. Rebuke loudly, chase him off with scorpion flails. Oh, scorpion flails are bad. I don't think we'll do that. I think we'll just yell. But I don't really have the option to decide what we chase him off with. Okay, rebuke loudly it is. Here we go. You loudly rebuke the cultist in public for trying to lead you down an evil path and undermining your faith in God. You urged everyone to reject a gift from the devil, and the crowd, convinced by your speech, saw you as undeniably pious and virtuous. So we get +1 renown and -1 infamy, not that we had any to begin with. Alright, we've gone to the bookshop. Let us see if we can't gain some support here. Ooh, we definitely did it. So we now have support from Lazig.
when he is in court, we don't have to worry about going to court that day. And we also gain some more inside information, which is always great. Has a secret, and it auto sorts because I like that when it does that. House of Delights now has Jalila, so if we wanted to use extravagance on Jalila, we could, because she would absolutely do that. Note that I believe if we do an extravagance on Jalila, we cannot do a carnality on her, but that doesn't matter. Shama is in here. She is a courtesan from the House of Delights. Some say Shama is the illegitimate daughter of a noble lord. Her refined speech lends credence to such rumors. She might just be the city's finest fixer when it comes to unsavory matters that require a delicate touch. Pleasures of the bedchamber are merely a sweetener to her real service. Yeah, she's an interesting character. And of course, Asal is a cool character. I like his design. The art in this game is so good, you guys. Ah, Mr. Scrake, welcome in. Hello. It's lovely to see you today. I hope you are well. Okay. So, Mahir is in court. We don't technically have to go to court today. There's no opposition today. At banquets, Mahir is often the butt of her fellow nobles' jokes. Neurotic and naive, she has no grasp of household affairs and shuts herself away from people, obsessing over absurd and useless studies. How ludicrous. She has debased herself into a mere craftswoman. But what is left unspoken is this. It is exactly those who mock her that have carved up her inheritance to the last scrap. We like Mahir. I don't think we will go to court today because there's no opposition today. Sadani is Sadani. She's crazy. Like, literally. A captivating beauty, she was once the Sultan's undisputed favorite, but there will always be someone younger, someone fairer. Sadani refuses to accept the inconsistency of her lord and will do anything she can to wrest back that heart of stone. As it happens, her madness is a delicacy the Sultan relishes. Tanya! Tanya and friends! Welcome in. Thank you so much for raiding me, Tanya. Much love and caffeine from a small cozy stream. Yay! Tanya von Onetz is a dear, dear friend. She is amazing. So you guys, I'm going to give her a shouty. Because she's amazing. Obviously, everyone who came in with her knows this already. Goddess that she is. But for those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Mayrin Althea Tover, and you can call me May. It's easier to say, it's easier to spell, it's just easier for everybody. I am currently streaming Sultan's Game, which is a Asian / Middle Eastern flavored game of spiciness in many regards, and we're having fun. I've played this before, but they had new content come out, so I'm playing it again. Was doing just chatting with my girlfriend. That's fantastic. That is awesome. I am glad that you guys had fun. But yes, so welcome in everyone. Sit down, sit back, relax, enjoy. If you need to grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a bathroom break, or just raid and run, you are welcome to do so. But lurkers are always appreciated, and if you'd like to know more about Sultan's Game, feel free to ask questions and enjoy the ride. Yay! I'm so glad that you had fun. Yay, yay, yay. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna send anyone to court. I have no opposition today. Mahir is cool. Mahir is fine. Mahir is Mahir. Which opens me up for various things here. What is your sociability and wisdom? Can you manage the estate yourself? Probably? Probably? They can hold down the fort. Maggie, my love, my heart, my everything. Please go to the bathhouse. Oops. And do the thing with the charisma. Let's get Chama to be amused with me. And also buy a book. I didn't buy a book last time I was in here, which was a terrible idea. So we just need to buy a book. Alright, this is the day. As I said, I could use Extravagance on Jalila, but then I can't use, Carnality on her, so... There are other Extravagance-related things that will be coming up in the near, so I'm kind of waiting for that. I shall lurk. Have a good stream. Feel free, Tanya. Feel free. Do take care of yourself. Please and thank you. And again, thank you for rating me. You're amazing. Alright. Let's see how the day draws out. The warm flow of water soothes your tense nerves. In these moments of fatigue and relaxation, people are always more likely to let slip their secrets. Here, you can gather all kinds of rumors, as well as tales of unrest, often dismissed by nobles with disdain. Stories of bandits, adventurers, and demons. If something or someone hasn't been discussed in the bathhouse, it just doesn't exist. It's time to test your charisma and sociability. You need to have at least one success to have a chance at getting information. More successes, higher level of intel. Oh my god, I only got one? Gross. Well, at least we get something. You couldn't get a word in, and only occasionally got some fragmented news while pouring water on the copper basin in the sauna. So we got stone tactics, but that's okay. During your conversation with everyone, you unexpectedly learned about a matter that needs attention. So this will give us a event on the map. The stares of people pierce your exposed skin. Even soaking in warm water, you can feel them like a fisherman's thrown spears and ropes. Then you rise from the pool. There is a feeling of more and more things tugging and pulling at you, like a voyaging ship pulling at a whale it is hunting. Alright, we've done court, but we sent nobody. Palace intrigues have made the Sultan somewhat weary, but there has been no opposition. Being far from the center of the whirlpool of power often makes it easier to be drawn into the abyss. People are still willing to come to our house. We make money. Would it please you to offer me a word of praise today? Ah, Faraj, I would love to offer you praise. And then something noteworthy has happened. A wanton noble lady demands the Sultan's judgment on her marriage. She married a noble, but the husband, feeling insecure about his performance in bed, secretly had his brother fulfill his marital duties. The noble lady didn't realize that the nightly visitor wasn't her husband until her husband died unexpectedly in a fall, and the unaware brother sneaked into her bedroom that very night. Now the enraged and grieving noble lady demands the entire property of her deceased husband's family, including the brother's share, as compensation for the family's deceit. Do we support her claim, oppose her claim, or just ask the much more reasonable question of, why don't you two get married? Clearly you didn't have any issues with his bedroom performance up until he... outside of the fact that he pretended to be his brother. Chat, what do you want me to do? Coughs, I ship them. I already know what all of these options do, but... I want chat to weigh in. Nobody else wants to weigh in? Alright, I guess we're shipping them. Why don't you two just get married? You study the expressions of the two individuals, cautiously suggesting, why don't the noble lady and the deceased brother try it out?
This way she can continue as the mistress of the house and the brother won't be deprived of all property. Plus, she seems quite satisfied with her nighttime visitor, doesn't she? At your words, the two are first stunned, then angry, and eventually both fall silent. Courtiers whisper, having various opinions about your suggestion, but it is clear that people regard you as a smart person who can solve all sorts of problems. Influence +1. That was easy. Just makes the most sense, you know? Alright, we're buying books. We got the Fifth Element. Yay. Alright, let's see if we can't get some influence up in here. We got it. We got some intuition. And we didn't get a point of, help, but primarily because the person in there does not actually go to court. Okay, Trail of the Wolf King. Market news: Commercial Street grand opening, offering diverse, excellent goods at low prices. Buy equipment to prepare for future challenges. Prepare yourself has appeared. So we have prepare yourself. We have equipment merchant. We have the Trail of the Wolf King. Who is in court? Abdul. Who's the Sultan's vizier? Everything Abdul enjoys as the vizier, wealth, status, privileges, stems from his diligent service to his master. He is the sharpest blade in the Sultan's arsenal and the court's most eager jester. He does not have any opposition against us, so we don't have to necessarily send anybody, but today I will send Lady Becky, because it's hilarious when I send her, and I love doing it. And that is how you know she's theirs, because she's got the little cat face on there. Alright. Somebody needs to manage the estate. Hi, it's your job. This one takes a day to resolve, but it won't disappear. It will just stay there. We need wisdom and survival, which I think I have the only... a 3 and a 2. It's not terrible. Like, we do have some information here. The Fifth Element gives you magic, but you need at least 4 wisdom to read it. Annoying. And I do not have 4 wisdom. I have 3. Rude. Alright, what do you have? The gold drinking horn gives combat. The chainmail gives physique. Protective charm gives survival. The spear gives combat. And the brass knuckles gives combat. All of these cost a value 20, 10, 5, 5, 2. Technically, I can buy a whole bunch of this stuff right now. Chainmail's not bad. It's silver. There's not a lot of buffs to physique. We do have a physique of 5 already. What is your physique at? 3? Okay. Prepare thyself just means you need somebody with equipment on to do to complete this. So we have a lot of combat, 1 physique, and 1 survival. I kind of don't want to spend all my money here. That's good enough. This is where you can buy equipment. No shit, Sherlock. Purchases successful. Come again anytime. And the next time we go in, that stuff is bought until he refreshes, which he does after a various amount of time. So, we're gonna do this. And this. And this. And now you can see that his stats go up. And now if I drag him in here and do this, equip yourself or your followers. Equipment is divided into 4 categories: weapon, accessory, attire, and animal. Each character is generally allowed to equip one item of each type, except for animal. You can check the equipment types available to the current character on the card details. Stats from equipment cards will affect the equivalent of the character card. You can only equip cards for yourself or your followers. You can equip, view, and remove equipment in the character details. And that gives you a bronze opportunity. So, very nice. Lazig is here again. We already have 1 support on him. So he doesn't matter. But I'm gonna send Maggie to the bookstore, and I am gonna go here. Alright. Yes, I know I still have like 4 days left to do something about this. I was hoping Mahir would show up. Alright. The bathhouse is resolving first. Ooh, we got good bathhouse today. So we got silver tactics from all those successes. Yes, please. You don't know why you always hear about various things. Maybe it's because people don't mind you walking up to them. During your conversation with everyone, you unexpectedly learn about a matter that needs attention. The stairs, yeah, the stairs. Frequent appearances at the palace are necessary as water and air are to the living. You are carrying out the sacred task given by the Sultan, aren't you? You deserve support in the palace. Palace intrigues have made the Sultan somewhat weary. Lady Becky sometimes unexpectedly gets rewarded for doing something himself. Yeah. No one thought there was anything wrong with Lady Becky's appearance. And something noteworthy has happened. Someone beats drums and gongs at your doorstep, singing hymns loudly as you open the door. A group of children shower you with white flowers and shout, "Hooray!" and "Thank you!" Before you figure out what's going on, they pull out a donation banner for the pure children. We can donate a large sum, a little, or nothing. How generous do we wish to be here, chat? Please do, weigh in. Think of the children. Depends. How broke are we willing to get? Can we use an extravagance on this? I don't think we can, because it's an event that happens versus something we can drag cards into. I mean, we can attempt to donate a large sum and see what happens. But I do not believe that this qualifies. This is a great opportunity to gain fame, and besides, you genuinely want to help these children. Event generous donation has appeared. Okay, so event has appeared. That's good. Good, good, good. Alright, people are still waiting to come to the estate. Well, we don't make as much money as we usually do, but we still make more money. Mo money. Gold is not the most important thing. What matters is that you are still respected. I always feel like I can do better. Yeah. We got the second best success, so it's fine. Yeah. Got more money. The bookstore. We bought books. White Weasel's Court. We're getting so many high-level books. Jeez Louise. And then we can get intel or whatever here. Yeah, my Maggie definitely is influential. So we've got even more support off of Lazig. And we got some inside information from it. Vizier Abdul sends a servant to summon you for a chat at his residence. Oh man, already? Jeez, what the frick do you want, dude? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, beggar at the bookstore entrance. She just wants a book. Any book will do. What is this one? Some farce about how a colony of white weasels took over the court and elected the biggest weasel as Sultan. How is this book not banned already? After reading the book, you gain 2 wisdom and 1 sociability. Hold on. She needs sociability, not necessarily the wisdom. We need the wisdom, and the sociability would not go badly, honestly. Okay. As for the book I will offer her, I'm offering her this one. Don't worry, we will get it back. Strictly speaking, she's not begging. She just looked at the book in your hand with a longing look. Of course, this is absurd, as it is well known that the poor are illiterate and cannot have knowledge, cannot have noble yearning for knowledge. But, she's getting the book. She left as if frightened. These books might be gone for good. Hopefully she really intends to read them, though that's unlikely. Alright. Dealt with her. Shama's back in here. Okay. We must go in person, but we have 5 days to deal with him. I may not go this turn. Who's here? Amur? The old judge. He handles lawsuits between commoners. Many respect him, but more fear him. And this girl. I don't have any opposition today, but I am sending Lady Becky again. So we can extravagance this. Somewhat, yes. Though it costs a lot of money, it can resolve an extravagance card. You must... You certain... so we can only do 10. You can do this job yourself or send one of your followers to do it. Let's send our lovely wife, actually, to this one. You can manage my estate. You're fine. I can buy more books, or I can go to the bathhouse. Or I can take down one of these. So this is physique, survival, and wisdom. Wisdom is my lowest. This is wisdom and survival. Do I have wisdom in here? I do. I have intuition that does wisdom. I also have inside information that does wisdom. Wisdom in combat. Neither of these are going to disappear, so that's fine. I guess we could... Oh, I don't want to do Abdul yet. Why? Meanie. Okay, fine. Here we go. Frequent appearances in the palace are as necessary as water and air are to the living. Yep. So we got some inside information. The palace intrigues have made him weary. Lady Becky is rewarded for just showing up and doing something himself. Someone beats drums and gongs at your doorstep, singing hymns loudly. As you open the door, a group of children shower you with white flowers and shout, "Hooray!" and "Thank you!" Before you figure out what's going on, they pull out a donation banner for the pure children. You generously donate 10 gold coins. White petals pour down like rain, and the church children cheer your name loud enough for the whole town to hear. Having done a good deed, you sleep well this night. Despite the expense, the deed has greatly increased your prestige. We got an omen, a gold omen. Ooh. And our lovely wife has gained piety. Later, you heard that those priests were imposters and the pure children were just a scam. They took your money and gleefully left the city that very night. You provided the palace the best performance, and the Sultan laughed as he permitted you to break an extravagance card. Complication number 2. Almost as soon as you break the Sultan card, a voice echoes in the Lapis Palace. If not for today, I would not have known you have such wealth. Why didn't you help those suffering from disasters with some money in the past? Your political enemy, Nawful, is shaking his head, casting a sharp look around at all the courtiers and passionately criticizing the disasters in some borderland of the Empire, urging everyone to open their wallets. Yet the nobles lower their heads, avoiding throwing money away on something not their territory. Finally, Nawful kneels before the Sultan once more, spine rigid and voice clear and firm. You must not let this absurd game continue, Your Majesty. Please rescind the power you granted Arzu III. Otherwise, I have reasons to suspect you will hide under the guise of the cards to gain undeserved benefits and prestige. He glances at you sideways, adding, "One's rightfully yours." The Sultan seems intrigued by his words, smiling at you as if really considering asking you to present more gold. Nawful's right. I happen to know that doesn't matter what you say. Could this be an opportunity to escape the Sultan's game? Thinking this, you stepped forward and knelt before the Sultan. You admitted that Nawful was right, that the power and the heavy burden of the Sultan's game was too much for you to bear. Before I commit greater, more absurd mistakes, I beg you to end the game. In doing so, I am willing to bear the current blame. How can this be, my dear subject? The Sultan laughed heartily. Isn't this what he expected? At the moment you jumped out to criticize him and advise him, he had hoped to see your downfall, to see you become like him at the end of the game, his kindred spirit. Nawful wanted to say more, but the Sultan waved him away. Leaving the court, Nawful stopped you, warning, "Don't think this is the end of the matter." His gaze was sharp, but there was a smidgen of dark circles, glaringly evident against his pale skin. It seems he hasn't been sleeping well lately. You shrugged habitually, not engaging in conversation, and left directly. Alright, people are still willing to come to the house. We make money. We make plenty of money. I did well, no? Yes, Farja, you did well. And we are obsessed with the cards. Abdul sent a servant to summon you to his residence. His matter may not be important, but he does not like being ignored. You responded to his summons in time. Abdul is very pleased with your courtesy. Half a candle burns down in empty prattle. Then he casually mentions that Murtaz did not appear at court today. Abdul smiles, but there is a malicious glint in his eyes. Murtaz is the Sultan's most trusted courtier. You should talk to him. I hope to see him at the Sultan's Golden Palace tomorrow, and every day after that. Don't disappoint me. Murtaz. It is time to draw a new card, and there are a few that we wish to avoid. The majority of the gold cards are not good. Carnality we can deal with our wife. She's gold. It's gold. Enough said. Gold extravagance would also be fantastic for us. We would love that. Howsomever, anything else gold is terrible, and most of the silvers are not in our capacity to do right now either. I said most. Carnality, we can often just go wait out who is in the House of Favors, and that's usually pretty fine for those. We just don't have a lot of like silver level conquests and bloodshed on the board, which is kind of problematic. So we would like lower level cards at this point in time. Stones and bronzes are kind of, especially in the early game, where we can feasibly deal with. And yeah, let's see what we get. Stone Conquest. Fantastic. Perfect. Lovely. Wonderful. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Oh my god. So lucky. Let's get out of here. All right. No one likes the shady Murtaz. Now that the miserable rat has lost his family and fortune, even more so, people in court avoid him like the plague. But the Sultan enjoys his presence. That is the sole reason Murtaz has continued to attend court, to parade his feeble, impotent hatred for his master's amusement. Unfortunately, he's gotten to the end of his rope in the suffering. We can comfort him with money, but that really just never goes well. You can also achieve your goal leveraging on your infamy or influence if you have at least 5 in either. We have 5 influence, so that's not a problem. Alright, who's at court? Mahir is at court again? Thank you, Lady Becky. We adore you. Keep doing your job, man. Who's in the bookstore? Fatuna's in the bookstore? Yeah, we definitely want to sway her, but let's do Lady Upon Lady. And buy a book, obviously. Jalila is still in the House of Delights. Let's see. This isn't yet to a conquest. This isn't yet to a conquest. But we could work on them. These are the things that are still here. We could drag Conquest into Methinks and see what rolls up, too. But I need to deal with you. I'm not gonna do coins. Coins just does not matter to this guy. We'll handle Conquest in a bit. Other things will roll up. It sure did work out. Frequent appearances in the palace are as necessary as water. Alright, we have sent to the palace. We've gotten some information. He's weary. Lady Becky gets money just for showing up. That was Lady Becky. People are still willing to come to the house. Let's see if we can make money. Not great, but still money. I told 800 jokes. Why didn't they laugh once? Oh, poor Farja. Or Faraj. Recently, a highly explicit picture book has been circulating secretly in the city, with you and the Sultan as the protagonists. Do we strike hard and try to get rid of the book? Do we subtly hint? Do we consult the Sultan? Or do we go, hey, let me take a look? What should we do, chat? I happen to know that the consult the Sultan and the let me take a look options are pretty hilarious. Who wants to weigh in on what answer I should take? Consult the Sultan, we could do with improving his mood. I mean, he's pretty amused with us right now. I'm just saying, like, the Sultan's pretty much enjoying us running around panicking all the time. He just is. Take a look all by yourself. Well, maybe invite your wife. I don't know if she'd be amused or not, actually. Sure, screw it. This matter is of great importance. You covertly buy a copy of the picture book and present it to the Sultan, asking how to handle it. The Sultan flips through a few pages with great interest and smiles as he accepts it. Wait, does this mean... In an instant, you break out in a cold sweat. You can't help but overthink, and by the time you leave the palace with the gold rewarded by the Sultan, you feel the intense gaze of your sovereign lingering on your back. It's not like he's never been with a man before. Come on. There you go. That's what happens when you're like, hey, Sultan, what should I do about this? And he just goes, thank you for the entertainment, and gives you some money and a thoughtful, very thoughtful look. I mean, we do have a physique of 8 at this point. We are very nice to look at. You are sent to the house of Murtaz. When you arrive, you see a priest stepping out of his doorway. Murtaz himself looks exhausted, hollowed out. In the silence, you catch the scent of musk, camphor, and borneol. A funeral, without question. You remember him now. His wife and father both perished in the Sultan's game. You chose to coerce him. After you explain the purpose of your visit, Murtaz nearly throws you out in rage. He leaps to his feet, cursing the Sultan's cruelty, cursing your callousness. Has he not suffered enough? And yet here you are, pressing him further. He pours his grief and fury into you. When there is nothing left, he collapses to his knees. He sobs as he agrees to your request. He will attend the court tomorrow morning, because the Sultan demands it, because he lacks the spine to refuse. Because you both know the truth. When the Sultan wanted to break those cards, it was Murtaz himself who delivered his wife and father to the palace doors. He is now opposition, but we can handle that, honestly. Afterwards, Vizier Abdul is quite satisfied. He believes the Sultan will finally notice the deep-seated resentment that Murtaz has been harboring at court. You, however, find it all ridiculous. The kingdom's vizier has been reduced to nothing more than a court gesture. But our influence rises. Alright, we go to the bookstore, we buy books. We got soldiers training. Fantastic. Let's see if we can influence somebody. Batuna now has support. Yay. And we got tactics on top of that. Very, very nice. Look at all the good things we got. Alright, let's sort that shit out. So, Shama is in the House of Delights now. The Palace Gate donation. And the girl returns the book. This is what our information... We have so much inside information right now. It's so good. We got Soldier's Training, which just gives a point of physique. Ooh. That's pretty good. You, what is your physique at? You could definitely use it. Especially if we want to take you out hunting. So you can try a Bloodshed Carnality or Extravagance card on her. I don't have an Extravagance card to give her. But we are going to spend money on her. Our ragged girl. Who's at court? Nawful's at court. And he has opposition 3? Oh, gross. We can put this on you for now. I love that. That only gives me 2 support to his 3. There's a problem. Nawful, why are you such a problem? You need to meet or beat the opposition level, and Nawful is just a problem. So, that's a thing that's going to happen. Oh, make us some money, would you? Who's in the bookstore? Iman? We definitely want him to not be opposition for us. A priest who has served God since childhood. Might even the most unyielding devotion conceal fractures? That's a good question. We're still gonna buy books. You have not refreshed. Nawful initiated a fundraiser at the Palace Gates for displaced people and for war-torn lands. You can decide to donate or not. I can only do 3. That's fine. I will donate. That makes... I don't have to show up in person. That makes it good. But I do have 6 influence and 2 renown. And no infamy, no notoriety, and no insight. Insight's probably the most interesting of all of them, to be quite frank. Conquest. Why? Okay. Appearances at the court. Slander grows by the Sultan's ear about your misdeeds, your disrespect. If there were even one person to speak for you, it would have been difficult for such weeds to take root. But unfortunately, there wasn't enough people, so we get a point of slander that we can't get rid of because Nawful is awful. All the absurdity of endless debates and debacles have left the Sultan thoroughly exhausted, so he will probably relieve himself from the court for a few days. Your recent actions have not aroused any suspicion from the Sultan as such. Your influence has increased. So we did get... We do not have enough slander to cause us to get suspicion, and that's good. His fatigue goes down, but he will not be in court for a few days, which has effects. Our influence goes up. Sending someone has at least the benefit that you can receive useful intelligence in real time. We get an omen. Luckily, the Sultan did not get angry today. And we feel entangled. People still come to the house. Let's see if we can make some money. We make good money. Good job, Faraj. Here is your words of praise. You are good. And we are obsessed with the cards still. Nawful initiated a fundraiser at the Palace Gates for the displaced people and for war-torn lands. As you pass by, you casually toss a few coins in, giving him a challenging look. Now, surely Nawful has nothing to say. He has no courage to throw the money back at you. Although Nawful doesn't believe in your kindness, the money has indeed helped many people. With a cold face, he expresses what seems to be a rather insincere thanks to you, but our renown goes up regardless. She wandered near your house. God only knows how she found your house. It seems she wants to return the book. You order servants to prepare a chamber befitting her noble status, purchasing fine clothes, jewelry, and exotic spices. After a complete transformation, she emerges as a remarkably graceful, keen, and endlessly curious lady, a treasure whose value only you recognize. This brings you an unexpected delight, even providing comfort amid the Sultan's game. Yet Lumera, still unaccustomed to her noble station, soon returns to the servants' quarters with all her books. But she's the best. The best adoptive daughter we could ever have. We love her. Okay, we went to the bookstore. We got the Book of Kings. Let's see if we can't gain some influence. Oh yeah, we did. Iman now has support. And we got some inside information for it. And the Vizier wants to talk to us again. Your deeds seem to have been rewarded. Note mysterious aid surrounding you. Ooh, mysterious aid. We love mysterious aid. In recent years, the poor climate has led to poor harvests, and many emaciated and starving refugees have flocked to the capital. Someone suggested to you to host a public charity event, providing them with some food to fill their bellies, while also enhancing your renown. The event Day of Charity has appeared. We got some things going on. And our wife wants to talk to us. Oh god, I love our wife. So yes, this taps out in 3 days, 5 days, 3 days. Mysterious assistance is so good. We tend to send Lady Becky there, actually. Speaking of, you... Boom. There we go. I am gonna go to Headless Dragon first because we can trade that in to gain a higher tier of inside information, but it's literally the only one we can do today. Let's see. Book of Kings gives wisdom and sociability. Oh my god. The wisdom. Alright. What does our lovely, lovely wife want? My love, my steadfast ally. At nightfall, you are sitting by the window, worrying about the Sultan card. A pair of warm and soft hands rests on your shoulders. What a cruel fate. What a terrifying thing. Why should it be borne by you? Maggie says softly while gently massaging your shoulders. There are so many scoundrels in the Empire, so many impatient to harm others, but why must he force you into this game? You cover her hand with yours, turning to meet her gaze. Her beautiful eyes are full of worry and love. You kiss by the window, alleviating the worries about the future. At least for this moment, you have a partner who loves truly, something even the Sultan has never had. Such enormous happiness. Ugh. We love our wife. We love our wife! She's the bestest wife ever. Alright, what does Day of Charity need? At least 5 gold coins? Can break a rock tier bloodshed or carnality card here, but should you really do this? No. Good deeds strengthen faith? What goes here? I don't know what kind of card goes here. I clearly don't have it, because if you click on it, it will show you what you can put in there. So like if I pull this back here, it will highlight the card, the gold. But it's not highlighting any cards, so I don't have whatever card this would accept. So, Day of Charity is done. That's done. Lady Becky. Do I put Lumera there? Because it can improve her attributes. Yeah, let's put her there. No, not you. You. Can Lady Becky go to the bathhouse? Absolutely she can. Crazy. Who's in the bookstore? Samir is in the bookstore again? Okay. Go charm him. Actually, maybe I should do books instead. Fortunately, the map gets a little bit crazy. This does 1 and 1. And I need your sociability up. Your wisdom is great, but your sociability needs to go up, so... My love, my dear, go read a book. I, on the other hand, will be reading this book. Get my wisdom up. He can wait. I think all the things that run out, I mean, she's here for whatever, however amount of time. So that works out. And then I can frickin' do the magic. Get that going. Okay, I think that's all we have for today. See how it all turns out. Let's see if Lady Becky can get us some good intel. Ooh, nice. All successes. We got silver tactics. Let's go. And then we also got a new event that we learned about. People are still willing to come to the house. We make decent money, but not great money. Haha. Should we ask the kitchen to prepare a whole camel feast next time? You did fine, man. And a noteworthy thing. A noble presents the Sultan with a strange beast. It has the head of a deer, the body of a leopard, and the tail of a pheasant. The Sultan is very intrigued by the creature and asks you how to interpret it. Is it a deception, a good omen, or is it a bad omen? Chat, what do we think? It's some good work with a needle. It's an excellent work with a needle. But is it good, bad, or just should we be like, that's not real? Somebody stitched that together, man. Deception? Okay. 'Tis a deception. While the noble was unaware, you stepped forward and grabbed the antlers, shaking them vigorously. The seams of the leopard body split and the monstrosity collapsed into several pieces. The noble stared at the floor, pale and speechless. The Sultan lazily waved a finger and the guards dragged the poor soul, who had hoped to win the monarch's favor, out. Courtiers whispered incredulous. Even the scammer himself at your audacity. Your daring act became a favorite tale among the common folk for quite some time. And we gained a little bit of notoriety, which I will say is not a bad thing in this game. The Sultan is like the sun, projecting vast distorted shadows named power when away from the court. The Sultan is still not seen today. I see. Suddenly you realize what's behind those secretive glances and smiles. So we upgraded 3 pieces of stone inside information into a bronze. A tiring day is about to end. As you walk through the shadows of the Sultan's palace walls, ready to return home, a woman in white blocks your way. The snow-white linen covers her face, while her bony hands and flowing silver hair appear even paler, piercing your eyes in the dark. Do you need help? She asked with a slight appreciation. This is what you deserve. Whether she is camouflaging as a mortal to hide her identity or an emissary of sacred power, wouldn't you raise a request? You hope Lumera can be more helpful. The next day, Lumera came to your house telling you she had a strange dream. The details are unclear, but it was a pleasant, auspicious dream, and it was about you. She gains a little bit of combat and a little bit of survival. Interesting. Notoriety is very useful, you just need a lot of it. Someone suggests you initiate a public relief effort to provide food for the starving victims, not only filling their stomachs, but also enhancing your renown. The displaced people, those who can't get enough to eat, line up at your porridge tent, gracefully chanting your name with appreciations. In that time, everyone knows of your fame. Reading can improve yourself, so develop a habit of reading. How this land remembers its monarchs. To avoid unwanted attention, some names have been blotted out. But our lovely, lovely wife gets a point of wisdom and a point of sociability. Yep, we are making it. Children find it a delightful story. Adults understand its darker truths, so we earn 2 points of wisdom and 1 point of sociability. It was more the wisdom that we were after. Alright. The Divine Stallion has shown up. The Vizier sent a beautiful gift, and his servant dressed in luxurious livery knelt and conveyed his message. What harm is there in spending a bit of money to make yourself happy? I truly don't understand why Nawful targets you everywhere. Clearly you are the most capable person in the court. See how much you've done for me. And we've gained a couple of coins from the Vizier, who still wants an audience. We can also visit the prison. Maggie wants to talk to us. Okay. Well, my dear wife always has first dibs. Thank you for the lurk, Crafty Blue. I hope you are well. Considering your needs, your wife takes out a dowry. Maggie comes to you with her close maids, who carry a beautiful and heavy wooden box, and you recognize it as Maggie's dowry chest. She opens the box and grabs a few velvet pouches filled with heavy gold coins. I wish I could help you more, my love. Take these. At least don't worry about gold coins today. Maggie can have used these shiny little things to get beautiful silk, luxurious jewels, and exquisitely decorated sitting room, but she chooses to give them to you. Don't refuse or I'll be angry. But don't do anything to make me sad, or I'll be angry too. Maggie says with a smile, but her eyes aren't smiling, and she will give us money, because she's the most generous, wondrous, beautiful goddess of the entirety of the world. We love our wife dearly. Alright, this is still a thing. Oops, wrong button. We want to upgrade you. This requires wisdom and survival. Okay. We now have a wisdom of 5, survival 4, which is fine. What books do we still have? Journey to the West is more survival. This is magic, and this is physique. No, I think it's the chainmail that gives us 3, so we're technically at a base 5. but your physique is a 3. So actually... Read, man. The two of you can handle this? Hold on. Who's at the bookstore? Zaki is at the bookstore? Okay. You technically do not have the noble tag, which I think is weird, but it's fine. I just need to get his opposition to go away. The two of you can make money. That's just a bribe situation. Very easy. Visit the prison. You have persuaded the guards, allowing you free access to the cells for the foreseeable future. And now we can just go to prison and deal with the people there. I'm not going to send anyone there at this moment in time. I can wait one more turn for the Vizier. We have low-level survival. Just Omen. Okay. We don't have anyone else to bring with us, but this should be fine. Yeah, this is fine. Someone swore that they had seen a pure black horse in the wilds east of the city. It was elegant and slender, with satin-like hair that shone as it ran, seeming to fly with the wind despite lacking wings. Many hunters tried to track it down and tame it, but they all returned empty-handed. We need at least 2 successes to capture the stallion out of 10 dice. Oh no, we only survived with 6 dice. Whatever shall we do? Following the hunter's guidance, you lay in ambush for several days and finally saw it. The pure black stallion stepped into the shallow ripples of the oasis under the enchanting moonlight, its fur shimmering as though it held a light. Seemingly catching your scent, it raised its head and looked towards your hiding spot. You almost dared not breathe as it gazed out at you from afar. They say the divine steed chooses its own master. Your guide's voice drops to a whisper. Many have tried to capture it, all have failed. Something stirs within you, a pull you can't explain. Slowly you rise to your feet, your eyes fix on the horse, a creature not of this world. You open your arms to it. The stallion steps gingerly, seeming hesitant. However, it soon snorts and approaches you. The shimmering light reflects in the water, creating a path of scattered brightness behind it. It lowers its head gently as it reaches you. You touch its warm forehead, feeling as though you've touched the generous gift of a deity, and we have acquired the stallion and gain a point of survival. Alright, people are still willing to come to the house. Let's see if we can make some money. We make good money, because who doesn't love our cat? The Sultan is still not at court. but we did upgrade some inside information. The Angler got us Book of the Desert. And we have influenced the man there. So Zaki now has a point of support towards us. And we got a secret. Reading can improve ourselves. Training teaches techniques. So now he has another point of physique, which is good. His physique was low. You spot Nawful at the Angler's bookstore, his head buried in an ancient book. You haven't decided whether to mock him or ignore him when he spots you and leaves as if brushing off dirt, leaving behind a book he was pursuing. You vow you have no interest in what he reads, but inadvertently glimpse the cover's title, The False Freedom. What is this? What is this? There's politics in the air. What's this? What's this? I think he hasn't been fair. What's this? What's this? Is he trying to leave me a note? You betcha, baby. This title piqued your interest. As you skimmed through a few pages, you found it to be just a collection of commonplace political allegories describing various ugly behaviors under a tyrant's rule, filled with cliched viewpoints, nothing noteworthy. However, wait. You suddenly noticed a note tucked within one of the pages. You discreetly slipped it into your pocket, intending to examine it at home. Someone has come to your door, hoping to see you. Project investment has appeared. Mahir! Alright. So horse betting is on the table now. Project investment is on the table now. Oh boy. We don't have 3 of anything to upgrade tomorrow. We do have a new book, which is Survival 3, but you need at least 1 point of magic to read it. And we have the Stallion. Because all my equipment ends up with the books. And then we have this note. Okay. So somebody has to ride, which requires physique and survival. You have no survival. Which means that the only person who can't, well... That's not true. We can have Lady Becky go with you and give you survival. Just hilarious. So what happens is we take the Stallion goes, right? Barrage goes. We're gonna make some money. And then if we want to, we can up his survival. I think we used up survival though. Let's see here. Charisma magic, stealth combat, wisdom sociability, wisdom combat, charisma sociability, stealth. Well, here's survival. I don't think I want to give him that high level of an opportunity. And we have, of course, Omen. I think they'll be okay with 6 and 4. Well, no, they're up against the detached rider. Although his survival is 4, they might be okay, actually. They might be okay. Screw it. Still have to show up to that at some point. I don't have anything to upgrade here, so that just happens. Somebody has to manage the estate. Who's in the bookstore? Lazig? Yeah, you can go to the bookstore and buy a book. You're fine. We don't have a bronze extravagance, and we do need to deal with this conquest at some point. I could go to the bathhouse and gamble on a conquest-related thing coming up. Or I could go trail the Wolf King. I think that might lead to a conquest-able thing. We should be fine for the trail. Or I could just drag Conquest in and see what we get. Not a single soldier, what land can be conquered? You look out the window through the buildings of the city and see the mountain looming in the distance. Okay. But that, you can conquer them. Each person can only use their own life to conquer it. Thus, it's a conquest even if the Sultan cannot achieve. Failure will lead to death. Okay. Alright, that's where we're at. The Vizier can wait. This will take 2 days, and then we'll have one last day to have the audience with the Vizier. Here we go! Alright, people will come to the estate. Let's see what we make. We make money. Yay us. My wife is amazing. The Sultan is still not seen. Send your rider and steed to compete. Place bets. If victorious, you may receive a reward. Failure means losing everything. We need at least 4 successes out of 5 dice. Well, that's not good. Congratulations on your victory. You've won and doubled your bet. I know. I know. We send our girl to the bookstore. She buys the Madam's Gold Slipper. She can attempt to talk to the guy. She has 2 successes. And they did discuss things. She got some intuition. She can't influence up their support, but she can at least get some amount of information, so. You heard there was a disturbance outside the city. Maybe you should go see what is happening. There are riots. Unfortunate. Equipment merchant has... This is charisma and stealth. Charisma and sociability. Hunting bow. Okay, well... I want this. What is this? Charisma? I want this. I have the spear already. Chariot necklace is survival and physique. Oh, it's a pretty big one, but it's kind of a lot. And I do want this as well. This is where we can buy equipment. Success, success, success. Okay, you have a charisma of 4, you have a charisma of 2. Actually. Our wife has a stealth of 3 now. Actually, let's give this to you. I know that seems weird, but I just need her to have better sociability, honestly. And then you also have a bit more charisma for things. Good, good. What books do we have? Survival. Survival. Charisma. A romance novel popular decades back about how a noble lady lost her slipper in order to seduce a young officer. How lavish of her. After reading this book, you gain after +1 charisma. We don't have 3 of anything still. Combat and physique. We don't have any combat. We can fix that. Cool. Alright, so let's throw that on him. Now he has some combat. It's not a lot, but it's something. No, we have to go ourselves, so we can't. If only I'd waited one more turn. Oh well. This needs wisdom. Oh. You're fine there. Who is in the bookstore? Zaki is in the bookstore again? Okay.
Huh?
They can sit. You don't have any wisdom. That should be good. Although, maybe just the bare minimum of coins. Deal with Mahir. She's gone for 4 days, unfortunately, but it will be fine. We will deal with... We have to go to that, and we have to go to this. But this will end after this. Okay, we're still okay. We're still okay. Okay, okay, okay. This is execution day, but this should be fine. Or maybe we'll get executed, I don't know. Maybe I fucked it up. I thought the timing would be okay. Without a single soldier, what land is there to conquer? Only the towering peaks, those pure lands covered in snow year-round. You can conquer them with your life. Each person can only use their own life to conquer it, and thus it's a conquest even the Sultan cannot achieve. We need a single success. We got 5. First on horseback, then on foot, with a cane, an ice pick, and ropes, finally crawling with hands and feet. Looking down on the city from the mountaintop, it's all just a game board for the Sultan's game, and you believe you can win. We got a point of survival. have conquered a mountain. Okay, people still come to our house. We maketh the money. I did well, no? You did, Faraj. We're obsessed with our cards. The Sultan is away, but the Sultan has returned to his loyal court. We buy books at the bookstore. Fitness manual is great. Let's see if we can't gain, yes, some more support. Yay, Zeki has support. And we got some Mystique information. All in a day's work. The Sultan has returned to his loyal palace. But we must get another card! Bronze extravagance again. I can live with that. Thank you, crazy bitch. Who's here? Adilla? Still is an opposition from us. I'm sending Lady Becky. We do have a thing of slander here. Accumulated slander will prompt the Sultan to issue additional orders to you. Rest assured they will not be merciful. So we do not want more. Zazie is the Sultan's current favorite. Okay. We have to go here. We have to. She's away for 3 more days. We will have to deal with riots tomorrow. You're on estate management again. Who's in the bookstore? Lazig? What books do we have? So this is just pure charisma. That's physique. That's magic. Survival and survival. My wife doesn't necessarily need survival or charisma. She's pretty good at it. That's giving you... I suppose I could put some survival on you. So actually... we'll have our dear lovely wife handle this. And you can book read. 2 wisdom. 1 point of magic. Learn to read, my dude, because you do have the wisdom for this. I need you to be more capable. Yep, that's all we can do. It's all the plays. Kind of wish I had this extravagance for the project investment, but it is what it is. Abdul sends another servant, summoning you to his residence. It may not be that urgent, but he does not like to be ignored. You suspect Abdul has come to see you about Mertaz, and you are correct. Somehow, that coward has found the audacity to threaten vengeance against the Sultan. A drunken boast, perhaps, but Abdul, ever the Sultan's most faithful servant, will never tolerate such treason. He has chosen you to teach Mertaz a lesson he will never forget. People are still willing to come under your roof. Alright, let us maketh the money. We madeth money. Hope I can save enough money soon and leave this dog-eat-dog hellhole. I wish, my lovely wife, I wish. It's about to rain heavily, and a group of passing travelers hope to rest under your roof. They look weary and travel-worn. However, you notice faint bloodstains on the hems of their cloaks and the outlines of weapons under their tarps. They are certainly not ordinary merchants. We could arrest them, kill and loot them, or welcome them. I'm not even going to give chat the ability to respond. I will be welcoming them, and you will see why in a moment. They might be rebels or bandits, but at this moment they were merely travelers seeking rest in your eyes. You welcomed them, provided them with a warm dinner and beds to sleep in. They left, profoundly grateful for your help, and our notoriety went up. We want notoriety because notoriety is the stat that raises our influence, or our renown is the correct term, but it's not, like, this is a different stat. But the common people like us better is what it comes down to. And, well, that's good for us. It raises our rough people reputation, yes. Frequent appearances in the palace, indeed. They bicker. The nobles bicker. The Sultan gets fatigued about the bickering. But Lady Becky is rewarded, regardless, because he is the best kitten. Reading can improve yourself. Learn some survival skills. Good job. Now I can send you to the horse races without fear. Okay. So how dare they worm? We can send somebody to. Who is at court? Amur? The old judge. We don't necessarily have to send somebody at court, but Lady Becky gets us money. We do need to deal with the riots. This has some time. Okay. Let's just send Lady Becky. Shama is at the bookstore. Not that that matters. You come back in 2 more days. Oh, handle things. Actually, no. No. My lovely wife, would you please handle things? We need to deal with the riots, and we have to go ourselves, but we can bring somebody. If we had a conquest card, this would be great here, but we do not. We have 8 combat and 13 physique between us. I don't think we need anything extra, honestly. We'll probably be fine. Kinda wish we could just... But you have to send somebody. I already need more people. Okay. We're good. You come across a rumor that there are riots outside the city and a noble lady is caught by vagrants. You try to stop the attackers, but it is clear that they are no ordinary vagrants. Though their clothes are torn and their faces are covered with dirt, you note how well built they are. They have even trimmed their beards. You prepare yourself for a tough fight. We need at least 3 successes to save her, out of 21 die. I don't know, guys. Did we get 3 successes? Will 13 cover it? You guys tell me. Their force is nothing compared to yours. I could have done it by myself, honestly. You easily drive them away. A hand lifts the carriage curtain, revealing a pale face. The lady does not look as frightened as you imagined. Clutching her sleeves tightly, she gives you a gentle nod in gratitude. I am Fatuna, she says. She studies you for a moment, then recognition flickers in her gaze. The one who plays the Sultan's game. Her speech is measured, thoughtful. She knows where the villains have fled. They have taken over a noble estate. If you remove this thorn from her side, she will pay you handsomely. Besides, is it not a fine opportunity to rid yourself of a Sultan's card? You nod in agreement, clearly helping a helpless lady may yield far more than coin. though she did pay us. Okay. Can we make even more money? We can. We can make way more money. Thinking of coins makes you smile, but then you start to worry how long this kind of life will last. We have to go to the palace. But we are carrying out the sacred task given to us by the Sultan, yes? He is more weary. Lady Becky is rewarded for showing up because he is the best cat. I love this cat so much. So we have 7 days to deal with the raiders' hideout. When you caress the cold cards again in the dead of night, Maggie walks softly behind you with a lamp, gently massaging your aching temples. Come to bed, dear. She takes your hand and kisses it lightly, naturally making you set the card aside, and softly says, perhaps tomorrow we could ask the priests? They might know how to banish the magic from this card. Maggie follows the Immaculate Purity, or rather, the city's largest temple worships this ancient and powerful deity. But to make a god, to make such a being notice this game? Your mental lake ripples slightly. Perhaps they could truly help you, but you can't shake the feeling this will bring unexpected trouble. Yes, let's go together, my love. You no longer want to be pushed by such cruel game rules, no longer want to betray your conscience repeatedly for 7-day cycles. You hold Maggie's soft hand, nodding. All right. You stand, embracing your wife. If the priest can truly end this cruel game, nothing could be better. After returning from hunting, you accidentally discovered a wounded white rhino resting by the river. What should you do? A woman who claims to be a cartographer comes to visit you, hoping to meet you and gain your support. Explore the unknown oasis has appeared. Oh. This leads only to sorrow. Okay, this one doesn't go away. We can quite happily do it, but I know for a fact we get a follower out of this. We do need to deal with the raiders' hideout. We have an extravagance card. I was hoping... Oh well. And you can actually send someone that has survival and physique. Alright, who's here? Jabal? Oh, Jabal! We have to send somebody to court. Guess who's going? We get you back next turn. But we do need to deal with this. We'll go deal with it personally. My love, my life. This is the bookstore. Zaid. The tax collector. He's fine. That doesn't mean support would go badly here. What books do we have? More physique. You could do with some more physique. Maybe we do a book here. Not worry about getting more. Come less useless. I could just send her out on her own. We have to send somebody, unfortunately. Dang, I tried. You come back next turn, so That will be fine. We've got 3 turns to deal with this and 7 to deal with that. We need to deal with this extravagance card. Jalila is in the house. Okay. Well, we'll deal with you first. Extravagance card has time. A female craftsman who calls herself an inventor came to your door, eagerly and enigmatically introducing you to her latest research project. She assured you that the development had reached its final stage and that she just needed a little more sponsorship to complete this unprecedented great invention. An instrument capable of unveiling secrets beyond the starry sky. Moved by Mahir's words, you give her a significant sponsorship. The mysteries of the firmament, the celestial abode of the divine. You aspire, you crave, you anxiously await the day Mahir completes her work. We need 5 successes out of 14 to complete. I don't know, do you think 6 does it? To spy upon the very gods themselves? Sign me up! Mahir has completed the project. She shows you a complex and magnificent instrument with intricate patterns conforming to some natural logic and rhythm. Through the lens, you peer into the distant starry sky, the timeless gleam of faraway stars captured in your eyes, while Mahir's excited voice echoes in your ears. I knew it! You know, I always felt that we are all governed by a force, just like these stars, moving in definite trajectories. I want to discover the laws governing that force, governing everything. That is my dream. It's better than any soap opera. I think people call that force God, you reply instinctively. The realm of God is quietly shedding its veil of mystery. Now you have gleamed it. In the future, you will reach it. So the Mirror of Stars has been acquired. You take Abdul's hint. He wants you to kill Murtaz, the prancing fool who dares claim vengeance against the Sultan. But more pressing is the question. How does he plan to do that? What gave the coward the nerve to rebel? You should find him and see if his newfound courage has any worth, any value you might claim for yourself. When you visit Murtaz's residence again, you find it completely changed. The living room is covered by tapestries with strange totemic embroideries. Lanterns flicker in the sunless room. A neurotic fervor gleams in Murtaz's shifty eyes. He does not even notice your arrival, mumbling in prayers that you can barely make out, words like condemnation and sultan. It seems he has no intention of rebellion. This coward has placed all his hopes for revenge on some obscure deity. How awfully disappointing. Now you are faced with a choice. Will you kill him and report back to the vizier, or spare this poor soul? For Murtaz has placed all his vengeance hopes in the hands of a cultist deity. Do you decide to kill him and present his head to Vizier Abdul as proof, or let him go on to live his pathetic and laughable life? Perhaps a passing god might actually punish the Sultan. Alright, chat. It is your time to weigh in. Kill him or spare him? Do we mercifully end his suffering? Or do we let him live out his days as a muttering fool? You guys tell me. I would be interested to know what you think. The longer he stays away from the potential grasp of any deity, the better. The only way to keep him away from deities is to mercifully end his life here. Otherwise, his prayers might stir up some trouble. If he dies, he goes straight over. We don't know what happens after death in this game. I've said my thing. Alright, well, you wish to spare him and let him suffer longer. Okay. Not very nice, but sure. Decide to spare Mertes, considering him just a poor soul driven mad by the Sultan. So we have another event to deal with. People are still willing to come to our house. Let's see if we can make money off of them. Oh yeah, we sure can. Smile, dear. We have to go to the palace. The nobles bicker. Palace intrigues have made the Sultan somewhat weary. So noisy. Lady Becky is, delightful. We love him. But something noteworthy has happened. Recently, several wells in the royal city have suddenly turned bitter, promoting many complaints. The Sultan asks for your opinion. Do we say dig new wells? Do we say we should supply water from outside the city? Do we tell them to endure it? Or do we investigate the non-bitter water wells and find out what's actually going on? This one, as I recall, is a little tricky. I don't remember what the best possible answer is anymore. I could go look it up in the wiki, but what does chat want me to do? I am very easily influenced, chat. Please. Weigh in. I would love to hear from any and all of you. Quickly before the ad break hits, guys, let me know what you want me to do. Dig new wells, supply water from outside, endure it, or investigate. The wells are poisoned by some nobles, so if you investigate, you get common rep, but loose noble rep. That's a zero sum, so poor. Enduring it is sick, sucky, so infamy. The other one gives cash, or cost cash or something. It's been a while. Yeah. Like, the back end of this one is tricky. I know, it has been a while. And there are, like, so many new endings, and we're nowhere close to them because, as I said, I am a cautious, very conservative player. I'm, like, purposely ignoring certain events because if I don't pursue them now, they don't trigger things later that get complicated. Like, do you care about influence? If not, the investigate should be notoriety plus. Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of starting influence, so this is not going to hurt me at all. I can get this influence back. Why does the well water taste bitter? You sense something is not simple. After investigation, you discover that some well owners deliberately put lime in others' wells. Such despicable tactics have recently doubled their earnings at the cost of bitter-tasting water for the entire city. The issue is resolved, and some people are punished, but since you blocked others' income, it's understandable they bear grudges. Common people like us more, the nobles are mad. It's fine. Barge has improved his physique. Huh, rest for 30 breaths and continue with the next set. Alright. It's time again to worship the Immaculate Purity, the perfect opportunity to visit the priest, seeking order aid. Your notoriety has spread among people, attracting followers. You can construct a guest house. A special gold coin has begun to circulate in the dark alley lately. This is new. Genuinely new content here. To the eye, it is no different from those minted by order of the Sultan, but its gold was thin, and when cut open, one could see the trace of lead within. A petty official at the market had confiscated such a coin. He dared not report it directly to the Sultan's tax collector, fearing he would be punished by association. So he brought the coin to you instead. You studied the Sultan's profile on the coin's reverse and pondered. Who could be behind this? And our lovely wife wants to talk to us. So we have gold coin and then gold coin, in quotes. To most people, these coins are indistinguishable from real gold, so for all practical purposes, they are as good as the real thing. Interesting. What does this require? We don't have one yet. But an extravagance card could be used there if we had the room, and I don't remember how to get that. My dear wife will go there, but first we must talk to her. She is the priority always. Sounds dangerous to spend it. 'Tis dangerous to spend it. Arming the wife. Oh geez. With your notoriety spreading throughout the capital, visitors to your home are no longer restricted to nobles. Snake-summoning magicians, muscle-flexing barbarians, purple-faced monks, thieves, smugglers. Of course, none of them could win Maggie's affections. She always worried about home theft or felt these people eyed her with malice. Know this. Maggie isn't a timid woman. If you don't handle these matters, Maggie may have to handle them herself. We do not want her to be resentment. Babe, love of my life. Sweetheart. Who's here? Nayla? She already has support. We hate this woman. We hate this woman so much. We hates her. But she actually does support us, so we're not going to go to court today. Fuck her. We have to send somebody, and it's a 3-day send. But he actually has survival of his own now. I could pull this off him. Okay, you can go do that. The hideout has time. What do we need here? To persuade him, you need sufficient charisma and sociability. I'm busy. He can wait a day. I have to call my wife. Hold on. Nope, that doesn't work. What works here? Oh, just these? Okay. I don't need that. I should be fine. On my own. So it looks like you two are managing the estate today, which is fine. I can actually put that on you to... Doesn't help here, but I can put it on you for the time being. Oh, she had... Never mind. She already has a thing for accessory slot. We'll leave her with that. I already have an accessory. Technically, this is an accessory. Okay. So really, I just don't want him to take it with. Okay, that's fine. I can go down here. I do need to actually build this, though. Do I need a person to build it, or can I just throw stuff at it? Let's find out. Aha! This can deal with our extravagance card, though. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Does it need double? No, it just needs that. So that works. All of that works. Cool, cool, cool. That should be a good turn. This doesn't go away, it just takes a day. But soothing my wife is far more important than that right now. I don't think we're in danger anywhere. Let's go. I will methinks the gold coin, but I didn't want to do it while I had to be busy elsewhere. Okay, people come to the house. Lady Becky handles it, and of course, our dear daughter helps. We didn't go to the palace, but we did get support. Because there was somebody to support us there, we got inside information, which is the funny thing. Let's make someone bleed again. With your notoriety spreading throughout the capital, the visitors to your home are no longer restricted. Yeah, we read all of this. Let us soothe our wife. No resentment, please. We love you dearly. They respect me because of you. You tell Maggie that these people, although suspicious, unhygienic, and poor in fashion, are each more kind-hearted than the well-dressed courtiers of the Sultan's court. More importantly, Maggie is the most beautiful, most benevolent, and most noble woman they have ever seen in their lives. These people, like adventurers in stories, respect the Lord's wife and are willing to work for you. Hearing this, Maggie laughed heartily, warning you not to think she hadn't read those romance novels, which detailed affairs and relationships between Lord's wife and other men. But you're not really worried. After all, you are the only man in this household who regularly bathes. She has standards, okay? But we got another sense of happiness, and that's all that matters. You decide to build a tower just to draw yourself closer to the unknown starry sky. Cling tight as the stars spin. The celestial globe is installed. It will spin with the sun, moon, and stars, creating records for wise men yet to come to interpret. So the Mirror of Stars is built. And we have managed an extravagance card, which means we're going to get a card. Rhythms of Change. Celestial Globe is installed. Yeah. We got stuff. Time for a new card. No! Dear gods, I'm not ready for gold bloodshed. No! Absolutely not. You can take that back, box. This level extravagance, that's fine. I was hoping for something else, but it's fine. So we have the observatory, and it just does things. Astronomy observed will be obtained after 7 days, so it just does things. Yeah, we're good. We have horse betting again, but you are still 2 days out. Oh, that's annoying. Nayla's at court. She is still support, though. So we're just gonna let her be in court. She likes us. We don't like that she likes us, but she likes us. I need a room. I was hoping for a higher level of extravagance, honestly. Who's in the bookstore? Lazig? He's fine, I guess. No. Let's find out what this thing is. You rub the suspicious gold coin between your fingers. Maybe it should be checked by someone. Whose eyes shall judge it? Some characters skilled in craftsmanship might be able to help. I don't have Mahir in my party yet. Frick. Needs high charisma and sociability. I have 5 and 5. My dear lovely wife has 6 and 4. I don't know if it's sufficient enough, but this is stealth and magic. No. Wisdom. We need charisma. Here we go. Secret. That's the highest I can get because I don't have a higher level secret. Alright, wife, maybe you can help. Please. Do something about this asshole. Okay. Horse betting. The horse? And then we need a rider. Which really is only us. Against that? Yeah, this should be okay. And we get a reroll. And we need, obviously, real money. Alright. We will send our daughter. Why? Because I feel like it. Cat is managing the house all by the cat's self, unfortunately. Who's in the bookstore? You? That's fine. We'll have to deal with that another time. It will expire, but, like, we can just drag the gold coin back in. What does this require? A conquest card. Okay. I don't have a conquest card yet. I wanted to send my wife to that, though. Maybe I deal with this asshole personally. I believe it will give her more piety. This one is really good, actually. I can go a little broke, it's fine. I think we're good here. Go. You decide to spare Murtaz. He is nothing more than a man driven mad by the Sultan's cruelties. You will try to dissuade him from speaking so openly of his schemes. It is not wise, and you will have something to satisfy the vizier. So we need 3 successes out of 12. That should about cover it. You try to tell him not to go around screaming his hatred for the Sultan. He looks at you in shock, his face turning red as he stammers, finally swearing he has never said anything of the sort publicly. You immediately realize that it was likely a word of jest among drunken friends that was later betrayed. You left speechless and can only warn him not to speak of such blasphemy to anyone again. Murtaz opens his mouth, but in the end he just nods silently. Only when he escorts you out does he finally say, "You know, I really heard voices from the void. I will succeed, just wait and see. I curse the Sultan. He will pay for all of this." Twisted dark currents of madness flicker in the gloomy depths of his eyes. The vizier listened to your report impassively, appearing unsatisfied. Things had gotten to this point, and he couldn't find a pretense to target that poor man any further. But wait, why? Murtaz posed no real threat to him. You left the vizier's mansion lost in thought, unable to understand what it all meant. We now have fear of the Sultan. On the holy day of worship, sacred waters cascade over polished temple stones, flowing past the bare feet and prostrate hands of the faithful. The priests of the purest stand within the temple's depths, among soaring white pillars beneath the azure canopy of the heaven and purifying sunlight, their gold-dusted skin shimmering with subtle radiance. Aman serves as high priest of the purest order, yet surprisingly bears a countenance lacking compassion, cold, even detached. He accepts the Sultan card you present, closes his eyes in prolonged silence, then shakes his head. I cannot destroy this. Returning the card, he meticulously cleanses his fingers with spring water, dripping from the columns as though contaminated by utter filth. If you seek blessing or confession, I stand ready to assist. His tone remains formal, yet his gaze holds such profound tranquility that you cannot determine whether his reluctance stems from a lack of incentive or genuine inability. But we do gain some insight and some pure thoughts. People are still willing to come under your roof and share words, promises, and opportunities. Okay. Can Lady Becky hold down the fort? Oh yeah, he can. Let's go. We love this cat. People need to be at the palace. We got some inside information from someone who supports us, but we were not there. Send your rider and steed to compete. Place bets. If victorious, you may receive a reward. Failure means losing everything. We need 2 successes out of 4 to win. We do have a single reroll. We do not need it. Congratulations on your victory. You have won doubled your bet, and no benefit to my girl, but she did race for us and was fantastic. So now we have some insight. We still have notoriety. Or, I'm sorry, influence. Notoriety and influence. We have no infamy, which is so bad. And we have some renown. Infamy runs are wild, so I've heard. She's here. Somebody has to go. He's one day out. We have an extravagance card to deal with. Shama's in the House of Delights. No. As much as I would love to, but I don't have a room. Use me, thanks. Who's in the bookstore today? Iman? We do have some support on him. This is a conviction. What does this do? Heidi's examination. You must regularly examine yourself with piety, seeking the God voice within. Gather 3 marks of faith here to advance conviction. Okay. Maybe we do things a little differently. What if I send you two here? No, we still need somebody with support here, but we can... can do that. That will help. Okay. Our daughter is not usually manning the fort by herself, but today will be that day, and he will come back next turn, so that should be fine. The cartographer Manair brings you her latest discovery. Tracks, faint but unmistakable, hinting at an uncharted oasis. She finds the signs too late. Her supplies were already spent. She could not go further. Regret and excitement war in her voice as she urges you to sponsor, or even join, her expedition. She swears the rewards will surpass your wildest imaginations. We need 3 successes out of 14. I don't know, will 8 cover it, do you think? Your sponsorship compensates for her shortcoming. Just when despair threatens to take hold, a hint of green emerges on the golden horizon. You would mistake it for a mirage if not for the distant murmur of water. It is a miracle. Menard clings to you in exhilaration before breaking away, racing toward the unknown oasis. A small clan dwells here. They welcome you with open arms, offering their strongest spirits and their finest lambs. You return home with laughter in your throat and blessings at your back. Before long, the tale of your journey spreads across the city. So he got some physique. Her opposition goes away, and we get a charted oasis. People are still willing to come under your roof. Let's see. Can Lady Becky hold down the fort? He can. Oh no, it was our daughter, actually. Our daughter did that. We managed. Lumera. People need to show up at court. The nobles bicker. Lady Becky obviously gets rewarded for just showing up because it's Lady Becky. He is the best. Alright. You must regularly examine yourself with piety, seeking the God voice within. You haven't yet reached new heights. Your prayers remain unanswered. I was hoping that would gain piety. It does not work that way, apparently. No piety. And also, not enough piety. Okay. Equipment merchant is refreshed. Ooh, it's a good blade. This is a very good breastplate. Charisma gown. Charisma thing, and then like a dagger. I want this. I also want this. This is technically a weapon, actually. I also want that. Yes, excellent. So, we're gonna reconfigure here. You get this one. Because that's a very good for combat and physique. You get this one, which helps your physique, but nothing else. My dear wife gets this. And this. She's now the most charismatic woman in the land. We love her. Who's at court? Ferris? Oh, no, not Ferris. The captain of the cavalry. Okay, somebody has to go to court. Good girl. We do need to deal with the raiders' hideout. We only have an extravagance card. This requires conquest. I could attempt to draw again, I suppose.
Huh?
Wait. Who's at the bookstore? A mirror? Oh, right. I have this, too. Jeez Louise. What did you have before? Protective charm? Do you have an accessory? You did not. You now have an accessory. Ring of Lovebirds. It's charisma and stealth. That's a weapon. Yours is the shield that gives you sociability, so the Ring of Lovebirds can just stay where it's at, I guess. Suppose I could put more charisma on you. This is wisdom and sociability, though. Charisma's more for the bathhouse. I suppose I could start sending him to the bathhouse on occasion, or I could get his charisma up. His charisma might be a good idea. What is this one? Magic. That's right. I've been meaning to give my man's magic. Go get some magic. Magic will help you. You can manage the estate. She leaves my daughter for the bathhouse. VIP card solves all problems. But you don't have the sociability for here. What is it? Inside information? No, a secret. Secret. That's what it is. I'll do that. So many things to juggle, so little time. So this is conviction stuff. Ooh. Placing this card into managing the estate will yield gains. That's right. So if I reset this and put this in here with him, that will help. Okay. Now I think I've done everything I can do. Reasonably can do. Is there anything I can do with this? Does it bring up an event? No. What about this? No, it's just equipment. What does this do? Collect 3 fears of the Sultan. Maybe you'll get a desire to freedom? Doesn't do anything on its own. Need to upgrade it. Okay. Rare astronomical phenomenon feels like it can be used in the same way as intelligence. It is basically just an intelligence. Oh. Phases of the moon connect all things. If you comprehend the mysteries within, you certainly might see a deeper dimension of the world. Alternatively, you can analyze it with pen and paper and numbers. Science, thus spoke the great Mahir. So open insight, conduct research. I don't actually know what this will do. Chat, what should I do? Should we open insight or conduct research? I believe insight just gives us more of the insight coin up here. Conduct research, I'm not sure what does. But we got options. Insight? I've never had high enough insight for the really cool, like, god shit to come into play. This might be the way, though. Sure, we'll go open insight. The world is divided into countless layers, agape only by the moonlight. Insight, +1. So we're at 2 insight, which definitely will do I think 3 is the first... 3 of any of these gives you the first, like, event thing. So that has done a thing. That ends the day. This is probably a terrible idea. Yeah, we'll see. Alright, we'll go to the bathhouse. We need at least 1 success to get a level of information, but higher the successes, the better the level. A 3 is not bad. A 3 is pretty good. That's a silver. We also learn about another event. But we got a silver opportunity. That's pretty good. People still come to the house. We can make it the money. We make it good money. Excellent, Faraj. See that? I'm wrapped around my fingers, all smiles and satisfied. Oh boy, baby, did you ever. You start trading with the new oasis. The kind and hospitable herdsmen are willing to establish contact with you, which gives us more money. Something noteworthy has happened. Do you hear our prayers, as you once did for the vast Kisram? Grant us eyes, grant us eyes. Yeah. Several friends from your old school gather at your home. After a few drinks, you all discuss a topic that had sparked debates back then. What distinguishes humans from animals? The soul, intellect, body, or divinity? I believe each of these answers has different effects on things. I don't remember what, but here we are. So, what distinguishes humans from animals? Soul, intellect, body, or divinity? Chat, feel free to weigh in. It's obviously divinity. Obviously. Okay. More insight, and we gained a mystique card. Divinity, always divinity. Sorcerers can create puppets that speak and think like humans, but they are not loved by the gods, so they will never be human. At the core of every human thought lies the pursuit of the noble, the good, and the beautiful. Your noble and eloquent demeanor conquered everyone, and they all raised their glasses to toast you for eventually standing beside the divine. More insight. We have to show up at court. The nobles bicker. Time to find new fun. All the absurdity of the endless debates and debacles have left the Sultan thoroughly exhausted, so he will probably relieve himself from the court for a few days. Your recent actions have not aroused any suspicion from the Sultan. As such, your influence has increased. Lady Becky sometimes unexpectedly gets rewarded for doing something herself. No one thought there was anything wrong with Lady Becky's appearance. God, I love this cat. Sorry, but at the core of every human thought, have you met the Sultan? He is not in search of the noble and beautiful. Kabuchi! It's been forever! Hello! We went to the bookstore. We bought the book. Treasure Raiders. Oh boy. Can we talk to the guy? We can. A mirror now has support for us. Yay. My wife is amazing and wonderful. And we got an opportunity. Nice. Reading can improve us. We learned some mystical knowledge. We got magic. Look at all the things we gained. And Maggie wishes to speak with us. I love my wife. Receiving divine grace. Ooh. I think we can break an extravagance on this one. Killing the fierce lion. Oh, the mountain lion. Oh, the mountain lion. Okay. And Raider's hideout? Oh, gross. Well, our lovely, perfect, amazing goddess of a wife is always, always our priority. As your influence has increased, a relative sent spears and a famed horse. A few envoys from Maggie's family have just left the estate when she finds you. My parents sent envoys to ask about the Sultan's game and check on my well-being. I assured them I'm fine and told them to have faith in my husband. She says, her eyes sparkling with pride. Oh, and Father sent you some gifts. You'll find them quite useful. He sent Spear and Jasmine. God, I love my wife. Please have... No, your weapon is the flowers. Never mind. Daughter, please have something to defend yourself with. And Jasmine is a very, very nice horse. Bestest horse. Better stats than our other horse. The Jet Black Stallion. Jasmine has better stats. But they're both very good horses. We have multiple horses. It's very good. You know what, my daughter? You can have the Ring of the Lovebirds, since nobody else is using it right now. Because everybody else has an accessory. So this can just go down here. That's fine. So what happens if I do these? I have not activated Glimpse of the Divine in the Fate Shop because I have not bought it yet. So I can't do additional storyline triggers. But we are extravagantly donating to the church here, so that might work out. This thing needs death. Not even joking. What are your stats right now? Physique 9, combat 2. Is your spear any better? No. You don't have any combat. Lady Becky does combat though? So weirdly, I could send him like this, which is hilarious. I could send an extra person. I don't have a conquest card. They need physique and combat, not survival. And Lady Becky also gives survival, so that's why I sent her. She gonna mess up this or I should say, he is gonna mess up this mountain lion, you betcha. Wait. What does the gold do? I think I would prefer to just up combat and enjoy the... Okay, so this, no. This, no. Tactics is combat. We'll do tactics. Yes, excellent. This mountain lion must die. I'm not even joking. It's been quite a while since I played this game. What's your take on it so far, and how much of it have you played? Kabuchi, I have a whole playlist of Sultan's game in my YouTube. It's just that more stuff has come out, and I'm trying to get to it. So I love this game. This game is wonderful and brilliant. And while I'm sure in its native Mandarin, it's a much better experience, the fact that they have, as a point of pride, translated this into English as thoroughly as they have, which gets better and better the more they work on it, is just awesome. They came out like, we're going to double language our game. We're going to do Mandarin and English to start out with and go from there. And honestly, the game rocks. I love this game. It's so hard though. Like, I'm bad at it, but I love this game. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, who do we have left? My dear, amazing wife who will be managing our estate. She is literally the best woman in the world. Literally. We don't have to worry about the Sultan's palace because he's not in... Who was in the bookstore? Zaki? Oh, he's got 2 levels of support on him already. We need to do that next time we are available. This, of course, just goes. Yeah, I can't afford that. Yeah, that's it. Let's go. See how it all fares. A lion, banished by its pride, approaches the human city during the dry season. Desperate for food initially, it preyed on livestock, but later it attacked shepherds, killing them swiftly. Once a beast has tasted the sweet and fragile human flesh, it becomes unstoppable. Stop it now, or someday you will become its prey. So, we need to have at least a single success. We have 14 dice versus it's... Yeah, this is... It's a challenge. Anyway. We have 7. I don't know. Do we need to reroll? I don't think so. Hunting the lion requires more than bravado. You had better be well prepared, with traps, bait, or stronger weapons. You'll need anything that can give you the slightest edge, and pray for good luck. The lion cautiously circles around, eventually succumbing to the temptation of the sheep and stepping into your trap. Its paws and stomach are pierced by sharp wooden spikes, its fur soaked in blood. It roars loudly, trying to escape, but you force it back with your spear. This is a battle of strength and endurance. You cannot afford a moment of laxity. Finally, the lion exhausts its bit of strength and collapses with a whimper. After ensuring it is truly dead, you drag its body out of the trap. Conquering a lion is the ultimate symbol of a warrior's glory. As you wearily carry the lion's bloodied head through the long street, everyone remembers the hero's name. And they both get some combat because they killed this thing. People are still willing to come to my home, and my lovely wife takes care of them, and oh boy howdy does she. I hope I can save enough money to soon be out of this dog-eat-dog hellhole. Maggie, I don't think there's enough money in the world for that right now. My love, my goddess. I am literally in love with Maggie. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. In this world, anyway. Priests of the purest order can dispel evil and bestow blessings through special incantations, making recipients increasingly devoted to the Immaculate. This sinful card makes Iman frown. He coldly, unhesitatingly rejects you. Please don't call divine blessings extravagance. With distaste, he orders priests to escort you out. Perhaps their god is pure, untarnished, and involatile, yet at this moment, under this brilliant sky, you distinctly sense an otherworldly glance towards you, and your card... Only your connection remains insufficient. You haven't yet received divine blessing. That's all. Frick. Still have to deal with this thing. Ah, but project investment has appeared. Mahir will save me. But does this card have enough time? This will take 4 days. No, I will have to do something else. Okay, you can wait a couple of days. We have to deal with this Raider's hideout. I don't have a conquest card. I could draw for one if I wanted to. Inside information upgrade, please. Frick, frick, frick. Who's in the bookstore? Zaki? I was hoping for something better, but this is where we're at. You don't get to keep Lady Becky. Hold on. Please put this back on and give me back Lady Becky. I think that's everything I needed to do there. You can handle the estate. Actually, no. I have to do Raider's Hideout, regardless. Unless I want to gamble on drawing a conquest card. These two can handle it. Gamba? Is it Gamba time? Okay. We need a conquest card. We needs it. Hates it. Hates it. No. Conquest card. It's not high enough level. This one, silver tier or lower. Okay, we can totally handle that there. Never mind. Fixed! Oh. And I actually don't think we will need it. I'll give him a low-level tactics. Is tactics the one I want? No. Which one is it? I don't think I have the one. Intuition gives combat. Oh, physique is not in intelligence. We'll do intuition then. Okay. That's all of the people. Nobody has an animal slot on them yet. So I can't do that. Alright. We'll deal with the Raiders' hideout. That should handle all of my cards as well. Following Fatuna's directions, you come to a noble winery. A winery that looks very peaceful. Is this the attacker's lair? Perhaps. You look at Fatuna. This is clearly a property dispute between notables, but in the Sultan's game, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, so if we didn't have a conquest card and we still attack the estate, then we get censured, but because everything is forgiven in the pursuit of dealing with Sultan's cards, we good. Alright, well, we didn't need quite this many numbers to survive this, but I think 20 successes managed to handle it, right? The guards here clearly lack proper training. An easy fight. Fatuna stands beside the corpse of the guards as if she was enduring something, but also like she let go of something. Eventually, she just shakes her head and smiles faintly. Thank you, she says, and she hands you a large sum of money as promised. Fatuna is grateful for your help. You now have her support. So she gains a point of support. We gain some charisma. The Sultan's game is not all bad. The next day, you recount your deeds to the Sultan and ask to break a card. The nobles breathe quiet sighs of relief, thankful it is not their lands that have been chosen, not their fortunes bound to your game. Influence +2 and a vacant mansion, which we needed anyway. From crown to collar. Alright. We sent somebody to the baths. They are very, very charismatic. We got some silver intuition. And learned about something else that needs to be done. People still come to our house. We make it the money. Alright. There's a dispute at the city gate. After inquiries, you learn these travelers want to enter the city for pilgrimage but cannot provide a guarantee. The guards firmly insist they might be spies and refuse entry. A guarantee? You've never heard of a city entry guarantee. Maybe it's a new ruse by the soldiers to extort. Do we guarantee these people? Do we extort the travelers ourselves? Do we bribe the soldiers? Or do we identify spies? Chat, what do you want to do? I'm too goody two-shoes. Guarantee for the strangers? Kabuchi, what would you do? You tell me. Please. They're refugees. Alright, alright. We will be a kind upstanding person. The guards' forced extortion is intolerable. Protecting a few pilgrims is nothing to you. You sneer and tell the guards that they are your guests. Due to your status, the guards grudgingly let them in with a smile. The travelers are very grateful and they spread your good reputation. The Sultan is not at court. And we have upgraded inside information. Yay, us. You refurbish your home. It does not take long. You made some minor improvements to your place. We have a slightly renovated residence and a vacant room. I was hoping to get gold, but no. So, unfortunate. Or at least silver. But we do have this vacant mansion over here. Now that the news of the discovery of a new oasis has spread, who will decide what to do with the land? Oh no, I forgot to use it. Frick. And the frickin' your previously diligent attitude impressed the vizier, who informed of your responsibilities as Sultan's trusted minister under his guidance. So military operations have appeared. Faraj wants to talk to us, which is fine. And our wife has a tea party, and we have to draw a card, and it's gonna suck. Gold bloodshed again? This bitch is trying to get us killed. No. No, I tell you. Silver carnality. Yes, please. Thank you. Yikes. We have 10, 3, 3, 8. And there's a pack of vicious dogs that we have to deal with. They're not that hard. Conquest or extravagance. Only a gold tier bloodshed card can eliminate the vizier. I don't want to eliminate him this early. Then I have to do it all myself. Moido time. No, sexy time. We could deal with this right now and with Shama. I want the gold carnality for my wife. So, but let's find out what my dude wants. What's up, my dude? Encouragement. He just wants some encouragement. Recently, your renown in the capital has been increasing, requiring you to handle more matters and meet more people. Naturally, with more help from Faraj, sometimes after reporting on a day's affairs, he looks at you with anticipation. He yearns for your affirmation. You can choose to praise his various merits. Praise his valor, praise his alertness, or praise his grace. I believe this upgrades some of his stats, and I don't remember which ones do what. Ever since you got involved in the Sultan's game, Maggie began hosting tea parties for noble women at home. There's only one chance to use the Sultan's card at the tea party. You must attend the tea party yourself to place the Sultan card. Insert the correct number of gold coins to break the corresponding extravagance. We could do the carnality card here? Oh my god. Well, our wife has to go. No. Yeah, at some point I had to cheat on my partner to not die, and it genuinely upset me a bit. Great game, though. This one got a benefit from having Inari there, I think. I've got too many things going on. What's this? Right. Maybe you can use a... You can, or ignore it, but in any case, nobody can change the Sultan's mind. The oasis discovered by the cartographer, which is no longer in my inventory, which sucks. Because I wasn't using it. Seems to have aroused the interest of the Sultan. Shadowy machinations at work, pushing everything into the abyss. You are powerless to stop them. I would need a conquest card. I don't have anything else that goes here, and if I do nothing, it just goes. Like, I could attempt to draw for a conquest card and conquer it for myself. Do I have anything that I can upgrade? No, I don't have anything I can upgrade. Okay. This pulls somebody completely out. I can afford you, though. I have a lower level intuition. I will stick in there. I don't have an extravagance card, so that doesn't do anything. You're gone for some days. Somebody needs to manage the house. I do have Lady Becky, worst case scenario. It will be Lady Becky with... She needs some wisdom. There we go. Need to be able to cover the construction cost. What is it? 10? I can't even do it this turn. That's fine. An extravagance card. I think I've done all the extravagance cards. I should really look at what cards I've done. I think I've done both the bronze ones. Where am I at? Progress. Yeah. So a stone extravagance card would work there. I have all the frickin' bloodsheds, which I hate. Silver carnality. Okay. You need high sociability and charisma here. Do I attempt to draw for another conquest card? Because I can... There is 2 conquest cards that we can absolutely put to that. If I get this one, it would be good. I would love that. But I don't have any more rerolls. Oh no, apparently I do have rerolls. So I'm not upset by this carnality card. I could go here immediately, actually, but and just deal with it. But this then has a bad end. I only need a conquest card here. Fuck it. The Gamba happens. How about no? We already have that. Jeez Louise. I could have used you a lot earlier, honestly. I don't have the money for it now, which is the problem. This is such a bad idea. I enjoy overdrawing, though, what regularly leads to losing my runs, but it is fun when things work out. I can probably handle a bronze bloodshed with one of the hunts. I need less of that. That took for fucking ever to get. This is gonna go so badly. Um... Seriously? Wild. I hates it, but we do have access to the prison. Alright. Grace, alertness, valor. This may, in fact, end my run. I wanted extravagance for upgrading the estate. I don't know if I throw this into methinks what I will get, but we will figure it out. This, hopefully, is the less bad, and we'll get to everything else. This, I can do an extravagance card, but it has to be bronze tier or lower, which is I don't have. I have like 3 fucking extravagance cards in here, which may be my doom, honestly. Maybe my doom. Alright, here we go. So, we're making money at our house. We need 3 successes. We got 2. That's good enough. Sultan is still not seen. Ever since you got involved in the Sultan's game, Maggie has been hosting tea parties for noblewomen at home. Pretentious play. Most noblewomen have been tried into foolish, vulgar creatures who only know how to compare and pander to power. They are completely out of place with Maggie. Though it's called a tea party, it's really about exchanging intelligence, spreading rumors, plotting, and flattery, all of which tires Maggie out as she ill-loved such scheming, but she never complains to you. Recently, your renown in the capital requires you to handle more matters and meet more people, naturally, with more help from Faraj. Sometimes after reporting on a day's affairs, he looks at you with anticipation. You are my spokesperson. Upon hearing you say this, he immediately stands up, straightens his clothes, and earnestly asks whether he needs a more stable accessory. You smile and tell him the best accessory is already on him. Confidence. He gets sociability for that. That's actually not bad. Another strange gold coin finds its way into your pocket. Yeah, I can't do anything with that right now. And Reki has showed up. Okay. So we need to deal with him. Horse betting has shown up. Oh my gosh. My daughter is not back yet. I don't have enough of anything to upgrade here. Okay. He's Fatuna's son. Can Lady Becky take him in? She sure can. Interesting. I was just curious. That's in the works. This needs to be dealt with. I don't have the extravagance level required for this frickin' pack of dogs. Because these are too high tier. And bloodshed does not work here. It needs to be conquest, unfortunately. I was hoping that bloodshed would work here, but it does not work. That does, though. So it needs charisma, combat, stealth. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no, my daughter is who has the stealth one. Fine, I have some stealth, but it's not great. Okay. So we need maybe stealth and combat? So we have 5 stealth. Good charisma. This might be the way to go. Lady Becky can help me. See if that works. Zaki, Fatuna's only son, comes bearing thanks for saving his mother and a personal request. He comes to you in the hope that he can fight like you did and protect his mother like you did. He asks for your tutelage. You are amused, you agree. He loses his opposition, he gets another level of support, and he becomes a follower. Zaki hopes to learn martial arts from you to protect his mother. How should you train this young man? Martial arts, instigation of crime, or hunting practice? I don't remember which stats this leads to. This is a stat boost for him. I have some extravagances to deal with, and it's gonna be real shitty. Pretty sure his mom won't appreciate you teaching him to instigate crime. Yeah, well, I think that gives stealth. One of these, I believe, is... I think it's physique, stealth, or combat. I don't know what his stats are at base, so I don't know what he currently has. Physique, stealth, physique and survival? Well, physique and survival, obviously. Because he has no survival, so we'll give him some. He is now the guy who we sent to court when Nawal shows up, because he's an ass. We've got horse betting going on. Yeah, no. Although, this might be fine, actually. Do this time. You can only do a stone here? That's annoying. We need, I think, 10. I don't have 10. Okay. Still can't do that. Dang it. Okay, we've got 3 extravagances and not enough things to spend them on, unless... That doesn't actually get us what I was hoping for. Shoot. And then we have this bloodshed, which is a problem. I wish, but no. Okay. So, let's see here. Request generals to plan military operation without any strategic significance. More to satisfy his momentary desire for conquest, but the staff submitting the marching plan hesitantly tells you that the dry season is coming and the route will be very unfavorable for military supply, not only causing many additional expenses, but also casualties. That's human lives. Execute immediately or delay it. Babe, delay this man's. Pretty please. This gives her more sociability. That should help. Who do we have left? Nobody. This is not going to be a great turn. Nope, not at all. Someone has spotted a white rhino near a lush watering hole in the wild, seemingly injured. You spot the white rhino from a distance. The plan is to sneak closer and find its weakness. We need at least 2 successes out of 5 to approach without being noticed. Easy. To pull off this absurd and over-the-top method of completing the carnality card, you went to great lengths, including convincing the royal keeper to procure a bottle of male rhino urine just for you. The scent messed with the rhino's senses, whether you were trying to get close or even closer. All of that just to avoid hurting a human in this wicked game, but maybe, just maybe, to earn a smile from the Sultan. You really went above and beyond. Anyway, thanks to that god-awful stench, you managed to approach the white rhino, just like the rumors said. It was wounded, tense, and wary. But now the overpowering male rhino scents pouring off of you left it confused. I need at least 1 success to ambush. Let me be the one who rides the white rhino. I don't know. Is 17 successes enough for that? I have no idea, but it's gonna be a wild ride. Wild runner. A bold leap. Before the rhino even realized what was happening, you were already behind it, securing yourself in just the right spot. All of this clearly shattered the rhino's understanding of how the world worked. You could feel its tension, its helplessness, and maybe even a flicker of excitement. So with nothing but your body, you rode that raw, untamed force across the wilds until both of you were utterly spent. When you led the white rhino into the royal court to present your triumph, it stood calm and regal while the courtiers exchanged uneasy, baffled glances. The Sultan, meanwhile, laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Wild ride, indeed. I think they were talking about actual riding, but your mileage may vary in your brain. I also gained infamy, which is not good for me, but I have acquired a white rhino and broken a carnality card. You've conquered the wild. From that day on, animals could smell the scent of power clinging to you, and they would yield to you. That being said, humans probably couldn't smell it, right? Wild ride indeed. The celestial globe rolled slowly, and on a light sheet of copper with steel needles and rollers, intricate shapes were embossed, ones that might be the traces of truth or the trajectories of destiny. Record complete. The Aether Balancer of the celestial globe will automatically synchronize with the most noteworthy celestial phenomenon. This means the star formations that most strongly influence magic and fate are also the ones easiest to observe. We got the sun's companion this time. The Sultan requested the generals to plan a military operation without any real strategic significance, more to satisfy his momentary desire for conquest. The staff submitted the marching plan, hesitantly tells you that the dry season is coming and the route will be very unfavorable for military supply, not only causing many additional expenses, but also additional casualties. That's human lives. Needed 3, got 9. Even the vizier can hardly refuse the chance to disgust the Sultan. After persuading him, the following time is even quite pleasant. You cleverly weave documents and reports together, delaying the troop and supply assembly time link by link until the appropriate time. Maybe the Sultan is helpless about this, but his eyes show deep suspicion towards you. We still gained the army's approval and renown, though. People are still willing to come under your roof. Alright, let's make it some money. Money, money, money. Yay for money. See that? Yep, he sure did. Although your improvements to the house are modest, they create an impression of confidence in the face of the Sultan's trials, undoubtedly smoothing the path for many endeavors. You list your vacant house for rent. Soon someone reaches out to you. Alright. The Sultan is not at court. We send our rider and steed to compete. Place bets. If victorious, we may receive a reward. Failure means losing everything. We need 2 successes. We got 2 successes. Congratulations on your victory. You've won and doubled your bet. More money. And this is where we leave it. Also, Zeki wants to talk to us. Your reputation drew dangerous individuals. During this phase, expect criminals seeking protection. Choose widely. Even event reprobates in refuge has appeared. Someone tells you about a more exciting, higher stakes competition than horse betting in the dark alley. Dogfighting. Want to see? Oh, we like that event. Well, I mean, we don't like what it does, but we do like it. So I do have a point of infamy, and this is terrible, but that I can get rid of. Unfortunately, this is where we will end the stream. Things are looking worryingly complicated for me in the near. I have 3 extravagance cards that I have to deal with in the very near, and I don't know how. I don't have a plan, but here we go. But yes, so we're gonna save the game. Arzu the Third. Oops. Needs help. Oh, apparently that was too long. Arzu the Third it is. So yeah, I've got some saves here. Clearly I love this game. But we do have something in Fate's Ledger. Boon's not owned. I can't afford anything, so I don't know why it's like, Fate's Ledger! Alright. Yeah. So, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this. Tomorrow I will probably be playing games with friends. So what is it? Two cooks. Hold on. My brain. It has cooked itself. 2 cooks, 1 mess. Is likely what I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, unless Psycho Phoenix and I decide otherwise. But thank you guys so much for joining me on yet another run in Sultan's game. I will be picking it back up next week because I have missed playing it and I enjoy doing it, and it's what it is. But my name is Mayrin Altheatover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time, and if that is not your time zone, feel free to give me a follow and put on notifications either here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky. That way you'll know when I go live, and you can join me tomorrow and then on Monday for the various games that I have been playing. If you cannot, for whatever reason, join me live on the regular, but you want to keep up with what I have been up to, you can find all of the VODs over on YouTube in handy dandy playlists. So feel free to jump over there and subscribe. Ring the bell if you would like to know when the VODs go live. that is up to you though. At the end of every stream, I do attempt to raid a friend or make a friend, and you can copy pasta my raid message to spread the love on in this community because we're all in it together. I can't do this without you guys, and I hope you enjoy your time with me. But we are gonna go jump over to... You know what? We're gonna go jump over to that Brit Rick, who is a very lovely man. He is a make a friend that we made. He's playing Fields of Mystria. No idea what that game is, but let's go find out. In any case, I hope that you have enjoyed yourself, so have a fantastic magical rest of your time, whatever time zone you may be in. Please take care of yourselves, you guys, because I always appreciate you being here. And we raid in 3, 2, 1. See you next time. Bye!